उधर है प्रभु, स्विच उधर है, दोनों फुल कर रखा है, ये चला ही नहीं, फुल कर रखा है ये।
Hare Krishna.
setting the setting. Participant cannot unmute now.
But now I don't want to speak.
Co-host, meeting a co-host. Sorry, only the co-host can unmute. Only the co-host can unmute. If you allow participants on mute, then everyone will unmute. Because I put the setting on. When I was at when I was on. I put everyone on mute. Starting. Maybe won't change. That's why setting change. I don't know. I didn't allow anyone. Let's see.
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki, Srila Rupa Goswami ki. So, thank you, welcome everyone to the third day of the Rupotsava, the wedding celebration of Srila Rupa Goswami's disappearance day, of which we are celebrating the 25th anniversary. Today, we are having more Rupa Katha, which is to start imminently with His Holiness Bhakti Vinoda Swami, followed by His Holiness Sacinandana Swami. Yeah, okay. Okay. So let me ask on Zoom, I think we have Bhakti Vinoda Swami who has been waiting for us. Yes, Maharaj is there.
Hari Bol, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Nice to see you, Prashanta Mataji.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhuvyaivaccha patitaram pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Very nice. Similarly, Maharaj, very nice to see you. After a long time, I remember,
Yes.
I don't know which year it was that you were with us and we were celebrating in Teakadamba. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yes.
Sweet memories.
Yes. Yes, yes. I remember that time you said, that's what you do in Braj. So Maharaj, we are very, very happy. I'm extremely happy that you accepted our invitation. And very, very happy. And we are all waiting for you to share the glories of Shri Namashtakam, one of the compositions of Srila Rupa Goswami, glorifying the holy name in the wake of the Shikshashtakam. So I'll let you speak, Maharaj.
Om Jnana-timirandasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guruho Shri Yuta Patakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamsya Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatan Vidam Tan Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha Namaom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prashanta Mataji, and all the associated organizers of this wonderful event. I know that Mataji has been very meticulously, very nicely organizing this event for many, many years. And I had the opportunity once to be briefly present. I am now not able to be physically present, but I'm happy to contribute to this in my own small way by being present online. I did have nice experience teaching the VIHE some time back on several occasions. And I know all of you students are having a great time in the holy land of Vrindavan. I somehow did not afford that luxury presently to be there. Somehow entangled and enmeshed with many other different institutional responsibilities apart from preaching and everything. But indeed, this is a wonderful occasion and an opportunity given to me, for which I'm very grateful and privileged, that I would be able to speak a few words on Rupa Goswami. However, I don't think myself very qualified to speak about Rupa Goswami amidst so many other wonderful personalities who are going to be speaking. But I did want to attend to the request of Prashanta Mataji at least once after a long time. And I'm making a feeble attempt to actually contribute. I'm not a great scholar of what Rupa Goswami has done and his wonderful contribution, but however, whoever is a follower of Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada cannot but in some way appreciate the amazing contribution of Rupa Goswami and the connection Rupa Goswami has with also Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. I know that in the Leela Amrita, I read very long back and was fascinated by the fact that Prabhupada actually met with Rupa Goswami in Radha Damodar Mandir. And when his disciples asked him somewhere in America that, is it so? And he said, that's an open secret. He didn't deny it. But it made me feel amazingly wonderful. This exotic meeting Prabhupada had with some Purva-Acharya right there in Vrindavan. So it brought down to earth many things that I know of. So I'm fascinated by Rupa Goswami, and before I speak a few words on the Namashtakam, I will cite a little bit about the importance of Rupa Goswami. You must have heard all these things from various speakers, but I am doing this on this wonderful Ekadashi for my own purification. The amazing Leela of Lord Chaitanya giving Rupa Goswami a mild slap was something that was very interesting to me. Seeing the writing of Rupa Goswami stuck up nicely in Haridas Thakur's small kutir, and he chanced upon it, came upon it, Lord Chaitanya, when he was visiting Haridas Thakur, and he was stunned to see the composition. And he was stunned in two ways. One, at the amazing poetic formation there. And number two, about the very deep information about Lord Chaitanya. Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale. And Lord Chaitanya instantly after reading that, in his surprise, was able to also see Rupa Goswami coming back after his bath. And then his eyes met with him to confirm that, are you the person who wrote this? And he understood that he is the one who's written this. And was so humble, Rupa Goswami. But at the same time, Lord Chaitanya was extremely happy about the way Rupa Goswami had understood his teachings. In the Ashashvamedha Ghat for 10 days that he had told him, not only he understood Lord Chaitanya's heart, his feelings. And therefore, he mildly slapped Rupa Goswami in the face and says, how did you know this about me? And Rupa Goswami, as usual, was very, very humble and reserved. And Lord Chaitanya went ahead and asked Swarup Damodar Goswami and checked with him, how did he know this? And Swarup Damodar Goswami with a smile said, he knows this because you have told him. And then Lord Chaitanya broke out smiling and said, yes, I told him, but I never understood that he would understand it so well. I never knew he would understand it so well and so deeply. So this is Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale. So Rupa Goswami had pleased Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by his understanding so much. And he has given us those very nice distilled information in a format that we can understand. As you know, he is known as the Rasa Acharya. Acharya of Rasa, understanding. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used him to reveal to the whole world the mellows of devotional service. So I want to briefly recollect with you something a little bit about the Nama. If you read Chaitanya Charitamrita, there's an interesting shloka which I picked on to sort of discuss today. It's in Madhya Leela 23.1. Chirada dattam nijagupta vittam swapremna nama mritamati udarah pamadam yo vitatara gaurah krishno janebhyastam aham prapadye. It says here, Chirad adattam. Dattam means to donate, to give. Adattam means not given. Nija Gupta Vittam. Nija means very deeply private. Gupta means secret and confidential. Vittam means treasure, treasury. Swapremna means love for himself. Namamritam, the nectar of the holy name. Ati udaraha means very, very, very merciful. It's mentioned here that Lord Chaitanya took out of his treasury, his confidential, internal, personal treasury, and wanted to give the most valuable thing in that. What is that? Swapremna, love for himself, love for Krishna. So, from Krishna's treasury, love for him is the greatest valuable commodity that he has got. That is Krishna Prema. And he gave that out as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu freely to everybody as Nama. Namamritam ati udaraha. So it's a most costliest item in the whole creation, in the whole spiritual world. Love for Krishna being given to everybody by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the form of the holy name. So you can imagine the importance that the holy name will have. Of course, when it falls into the hands of conditioned souls, it may not be seen as so valuable because of lack of understanding, of knowledge, or love for Krishna. We know that we need to chant the holy name because of the stress given to it in so many different ways. But we have not actually understood maybe sometimes how valuable it is. The shloka reveals how valuable it is to Krishna, the holy name. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave this from the treasury very freely. Normally people keep things in the treasury locked up, treasured, private, and don't give it to anybody. That's why it's in the treasury. But here is Krishna as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu giving it freely to everybody in the form of the holy name. So it being the topmost commodity, a rasa acharya like Rupa Goswami, you know how he will speak about it. Knowing fully well it's the most important, highly valuable commodity that Krishna is giving out. This is why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mildly slapped Rupa Goswami and said, "You've understood. You've understood." And how did you understand it so easily? So it's not so easy for everybody to understand. Rupa Goswami understood. And in his maturity, he wrote this Namashtakam, glorifying the holy name. We have quite commonly recited the Shikshashtakam, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's composition, 8 verses on the holy name. Almost every ISKCON temple we recite it in the mornings as a pep-up for the japa period. And a lot of us recite it mechanically maybe and finish with it and do our japa also. But that only great work of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, focused only on the holy name, is speaking about, the first sloka speaks about the glories of the holy name, what it can do to you, Cheto Darpanam Arjanam. And then it speaks about how Lord Chaitanya is saying that I don't have rag, ihajani na anuraga. I don't have any attachment for the holy name, although it is, so merciful. Nam akari bahuda nijasarva shakti tatrarpita niyamita smarani nakalaha ekadashi tavakripa bhagavan mamapi durdaivam idrisham ihajani na anuraga. I don't have rag, I don't have attachment for the holy name, although it is so merciful. There are no rules and regulations. The Chaitanya Charitamrita will say you don't have to be even initiated to chant the holy name. In Madhya 15.108, it's mentioned, you don't have to even be initiated to chant the holy name. It's completely independent, stand alone. So Lord Chaitanya is saying that I don't have attraction for the holy name. And then he's also saying what type of attitude you should have. Tanadipi sunichena tarori vasagishnuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. how you should be humble, not desiring any respect from anybody, but willing to give respect to everybody. And then he says that the attitude and then the feeling you should have, Ainanda tanuja kinkaram patitam vam vishame bhavam buddho. I am a nobody. I've fallen into this world, forgotten Krishna. I am in a horrible situation. My dear Krishna, please reinstate me. And the holy name will do that for you. In this way, it ends with surrender, where mat prananatastu saye bana paraha. All this is glorification of the holy name, the attitude, the feeling, the surrender, all Lord Chaitanya's beautiful instructions. Rupa Goswami, he starts off where Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has left. He, first sloka in the Namashtakam, he addresses the holy name as Nama Prabhu as a personality. I am going to just chant briefly for 2-3 minutes the whole Namashtakam. I used to know it by heart very long back. I don't know whether I'll recollect it so nicely now, but it's very sweet. And I urge all of you, if you're somewhere there, it's there somewhere on the net, you can just read. I'm just going to spend the next 2 minutes chanting these 8 shlokas because it's the occasion for doing this. It's actually a section from the famous Stava Mala, composition of all the beautiful poems written by Rupa Goswami. Jiva Goswami has composed it, and many famous people have commented on it. Baladeva Vidya Bhushan has commented on it, and lots of them have written about it. So in the Stava Mala, Rupa Goswami has added this glorification. It goes like this. Nikhila Shruti Mauli Ratnamala Dyutini Rajita Pada Pankajanta Aimukta Kule Rupasya Manam Paritastvam Harinama Samshayami Jayanama Deya Muni Vrindageya He Janaranjanaya Paramakshara Krite Tvam Manadarada Vimana Gudiritam Nikhilogratapa Patalim Vilumpasi Yad Abhasho Api Udyan Kavalita Bhavadvanta Vibhavo Trisham Tatvanandhanam Api Disati Bhakti Pranayini Janastasyo Dhatam Jagati Bhagavan Namatarane Kritite Nirvaktum Ka Iha Mahimanam Prabhavati Yat Brahma Sakshat Kritinishtayapi Vinasam Ayati Vinana Bhogai Apaiti Namasphuranena Tatte Prarabdha Karmeti Virauti Veda Agadhamana Yashoda Nandanau Nandasuno Kamalanayana Gopi Chandra Vrindavanendra Pranata Karuna Krishna Vidyaneka Swarupe Tvayi Mamarati Ruchairvardhatam Namadeya Vachyam Vachakamiti Udeti Bhavato Nama Swarupatvayam Purvasmat Parameva Hantum Karunam Tatrapi Janimahe Yastasmin Vihita Paradha Nivah Prani Samantad Bhave Asye Nedam Upasyaso Apihi Sadanandam Budau Majjati Suditashita Janati Rasaye Ramyachit Khane Sukaswarupine Nama Gokula Mahotsabaye Te Krishna Purna Vapuse Namo Namaha Narada Vino Ujjivana Sudhormi Niryasa Madhuri Pura Vam Krishna Namam Kamam Spurane Rasane Rasane Sadha. That's a quick chanting of the Namashtakam. I am not a great Sanskrit scholar. I may not have come out correctly in terms of Ucharana and all that. But simply out of love for the composition done by Namashtakam, done by Rupa Goswami, I thought I would chant this. You see, the Lord Chaitanya's Shikshashtakam speaks definitely about the great glories. And here, being a Rasa Acharya, in this Namashtakam, he's bringing out Nama Prabhu. It's a personal address to Nama Prabhu. The holy name is a person that Rupa Goswami is addressing with a feeling, with an emotion. And he is saying, right at the beginning, that, oh holy name, you are worshipped by the Upanishads. And not just you are worshipped. The Upanishads feels so humbled that they are able to worship only the rays. Dyuti Nirajita Pada Pankajanta. Pada Pankaja Anta. Anta means the end of your feet. That's from the toes, the toenails. There is a ray of brightness coming out. And the Upanishads are able to worship only the brightness coming out of Pada Pankaja Anta. Are able to worship only that. That itself is like a great thing for the Upanishads. So the Vedas are worshipping Nama Prabhu like this. And this is how he opens up. And so what a huge personality that must be. That the Upanishads are worshipping the rays coming out of the toenails of Nama Prabhu. What an opening. He puts himself in such a humble position and speaks about the Upanishads worshipping the holy Nama Prabhu. You see, Prabhupada told us that if you don't understand properly what the holy name is, you can't worship the holy name. You know, holy name is a personality. And because he's a Rasa Acharya, he brings out the Rasa relationship between the Bhakta and the holy name in all these 8 shlokas. It's so interesting. And then he speaks about the glories of the holy name in a very different way. Because immediately in the next shloka, Jayanama Deya Muni Vrindageya He Janaranjanaya Paramakshara Krite. Janaranjana, you give bliss to the people. Jayanama Deya Muni Vrindageya, all the great munis and all sing about you. Paramakshara, the greatest of composition of words. Paramakshara Krite. Tvam anadarad api managudiritam. That ana adarad. Adar means respect. Anadara means without respect. Even if you are chanted without respect, manag udiritam. Udiritam means to speak you. That even if you're spoken disrespectfully, you'll help out that person who spoke disrespectfully with great benefit. Nikhilogra tapu patalim vilumpasi. That you'll destroy all miseries for him, even though he spoke about you disrespectfully. See, a reference shloka from the Bhagavatam is Sanketyam parihasam stobam evam elava Vaikuntha nama grahanam acheshaga aham viduhu is a shloka that says that even if you chant the holy name in jest, jokingly, parihasa means teasing, right? The holy name will benefit you. So he's commenting about that here, that you are so merciful that Jayanama, they all glories to you. So I'm just going to touch upon a few, 1 or 2 verses, which are so great, wonderful, in composition. Then I was told that each of these shlokas are in a different meter. All the 8 shlokas are not in the same meter. Each one of this is in a different meter. And each one is got a female name. Harini, Shamalini, and things like that. A meter that is named. And it means that they are surrounded by 8 wonderful ladies. The holy name is surrounded by 8 wonderful ladies who glorify the holy name and help the holy name and support the holy name in various ways. So this is not only, of course, Rupa Goswami is known for his fantastic compositions, poetic compositions. Mataji is going to be speaking about it. And there is no limit to what all ecstatic compositions that Rupa Goswami has done. So here you can see him coming out and saying in the next shloka, Yat Brahma Sakshat, that even if persons are Brahman realized or they are on the path of Brahman realization, yet Brahma Sakshat Kriti Nishtayapi, with Nishtha, they are worshipping even the super soul in the heart, but their goal is to Brahma Sayujya Mukti. Yet Brahma Sakshat Kriti Nishtayapi Vinasham Ayati Vinana Bhogai. The problem with them is that for them, there are three types of karma that is listed. One is Sanchita karma, one is Prarabdha karma, and another one is Karmayasa karma, Karmayapi karma. That is, one has got, potential for coming up. It's like Sanchita means a bag. It's waiting to be opened up. The other one is opened and already fructified. The other one is what you commit now and is going to happen in the future to you. So it's mentioned that these people who are aspiring for Brahman realization can get rid of the Sanchita karma and the other Karmayasa karma. But they can't do nothing about the Prarabdha karma because they're already in it and it's already fructified and they are suffering and enjoying it, both the Papa and the Punya portion of it. But here, Rupa Goswami is saying an amazing thing. But if the holy name dances on their tongue, instantly even the Prarabdha karma will be completely destroyed. Brahman realization and the effort, which according to Bhagavad Gita, especially if it's not rooted in bhakti, it's a very cumbersome effort. That finally will not be able to take care of the Prarabdha karma. But simply by once chanting the holy name, dancing on your tongue, Prarabdha karma gets routed completely. And he's glorifying that the Brahmavadis should know this, that they can't get rid of the Prarabdha karma. And only the holy name can, and it'll do it the instant that it dances on your tongue. It's so personal in this. I'm saying it's very personal because, the famous shloka, I've just taken out that shloka while I was in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. You will see that shloka Rupa Goswami has composed in the Vidagdha Madhava. It goes Tunde Tandavini Rathim Vitanute Tundavali Labdhaye. I will read the translation. It's an Antilila 1.99. I do not know how much nectar the two syllables Krishna have produced. When the holy name of Krishna is chanted, it appears to dance within the mouth. Within desire many, many mouths. When that name enters the holes of the ears, we desire many millions of years. And when the holy name dances in the courtyard of the heart, it conquers the activities of the mind. And therefore, all the senses become inert. This is Rupa Goswami's ecstatic glorification that, one tongue and 2 years, what will it do? I mean, it's completely uneven. If I'm supposed to enjoy the holy name, it's got the capacity to actually give me so much more enjoyment that I need 1,000,000 years and 1,000,000 tongues. Why not? He's not restricted in his imagination and is not restricted in his requirement. He's actually requiring that I have millions of years and millions of tongues. You can imagine what ecstasy he must be enjoying in chanting the holy names, that he's come to the point of asking Krishna, can you give me 1,000,000 tongues and 1,000,000 years? 1 tongue and 2 years are not enough. So he's saying here that what to speak of that great ecstasy, the Brahmavadis, please understand that one chant feelingly will destroy all your Prarabdha karma. And this is an amazing shloka. I use it in Kerala a lot and tell them that this will happen to you. And they say, we'll think about it. I will tell you about it. Because maybe Rupa Goswami is not recognized very much. It's only Adi Shankara who's recognized. But even in Shankaracharya's Brahma Bhashya, in his Sri Bhashya, he has mentioned a reference from the Rig Veda, it seems. And it's a very amazing shloka. Om Asya Janatho Mamachit Viviktana Mataiste Vishnu Summatim Bhajamahe. O Vishnu, your name is spiritual in nature and self-effulgent. Thus, even though we understand but a fraction of its glories, by merely repeating its syllables, we attain a refined intelligence capable of understanding the Lord. This is Shankaracharya quoting from Rig Veda. This is mentioned in the Rig Veda. And he's saying it that you may not understand God or the absolute truth or Brahman, but if you chant Vishnu's name, you will start understanding. You start understanding the Rig Veda. And Shankaracharya has quoted it. So, Rupa Goswami sums up all these things and something more, because he's relating very personally with the holy name. I can go on and on in great ecstasy about this, but I thought just a few verses I thought I will touch upon, which I have done. So you must know that Rupa Goswami, in his great pinnacle of rasa experiences, because he experienced and he explained for the sake of Lord Chaitanya to all of us, in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, it's a beautiful book. Such great technical detail about rasa. Krishna consciousness has got all these different, amazingly exotic topics. Krishna Tattva, Bhakti Tattva, Prema Tattva Sara, Bhava Tattva, Rasa Tattva, Leela Tattva Ara. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita it says, these are 6 different things. Krishna Tattva, Bhakti Tattva, Prema Tattva, Bhava Tattva, Rasa Tattva, Leela Tattva. 6 different things. They are not being lumped into one. And Rupa Goswami not only knew everything very perfectly, he excelled in Rasa Tattva. And he's using the Rasa understanding to relate with the holy name in this Namashtakam. So I thought I'll share this little peek into the Namashtakam from the viewpoint of Rupa Goswami and his composition. If you read the Namashtakam with this feeling and with this thing, you can see that Rupa Goswami is relating in rasa with the holy name. Of course, the holy name excites all our mellows gradually as we advance in Krishna consciousness. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is mentioned from the beginning till the peak, it's the holy name that's your greatest friend. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita in 15.108, where it's mentioned by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami that for chanting the holy name, you don't need to be initiated also. There, Prabhupada gives a brilliant commentary. He speaks about how, in order to chant the holy name properly and relish the holy name, we need to get initiated as per the previous acharyas. And he explains why he and the previous acharyas, including Narada Muni and beyond that, have actually introduced initiation. But it mentions there that in the beginning, a person starts chanting. This is what Rupa Goswami is talking about. Even a person who does not know anything about your glories, if he chants, you see, he speaks about Nama Bhash. He says even he will be able to destroy all his sinful activities instantly, even though he does not know your glories. But he sees the dim beginning reflection, the twilight of the holy name. There it is mentioned that in the 15.108, that in the beginning stages one chants without knowing anything much, and it serves as Purascharya. It serves as initial purificatory activities. And then when a person becomes serious and is willing to take a commitment, and he chants regularly, he accepts initiation. And then the holy name actually sustains him and purifies him further. Then Prabhupada explains that when he's purified further by the holy name, he actually takes a second initiation, the Brahman initiation. And when he takes that, he can climb to the Brahman platform. And somebody would ask, why God, Harinama and Brahman platform, what it's got to do together? Well, Harinama purifies you and takes you to the Brahman platform also. Incidentally, it's a side benefit, but you don't get off on that station. You continue, Mad Bhaktim Labate Param. And after that, the holy name completely serves you in terms of exciting your rasa and your happiness and your ecstasy gradually. Tada prema vidanchati sadhakanam ayam premnaha pradur bhave bhavet kramaha. Gradually reaching prema. So all along from the beginning, when you don't know anything, till you achieve prema, the holy name, Krishna himself in the form of the holy name, Krishna's Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha Purna Shuddho Nitya Mukto Namo Namina Abedaha. It's Krishna's Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha, the form of the mellow of love for Krishna is a holy name that is mentioned. So I'm not surprised that somebody great like Rupa Goswami is chanting and glorifying the Nama in this way in Rasa. So I'll stop here because I passed my time, of course, because I started 10 minutes late. But thank you very much for this opportunity on this Ekadashi to share a few realizations on Namashtakam. Om Tat Sat, Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prashanta Mataji and all the organizers.
Hare Krishna, Bhakti Vinoda Maharaj. Thank you so much for this shower of nectar. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
Even though, yes, we only went over a few of the verses of the Namashtakam, but you pointed out the rasa and the personality of the holy name, and this most important verse, which is verse number 4. Prarabdha karmeti viroti vedaha. This is very, very important verse. Actually, our entire preaching is based on this, that the holy name will destroy even the prarabdha karma, making people, because of the chanting of the holy name, whatever we may be due to the fruit of our previous activities, it doesn't count anymore, because the power of the holy name is such that the purification takes place. So this is most beautiful. Thank you so much.
Hari Bol, Hare Krishna. Thank you very
Hare-
much,
Hare
all of
Krishna.
you.
Sorry.
Maharaj, Sacinandana Maharaj, my most humble obeisances to you. I had a brief peek of you just now. Oh, yeah. Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavad Pranam, Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Can we have the
You're
sound?
muted. Maharaj, you're muted.
Yes. Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I very much enjoyed your presentation. It was wonderful, isn't it, Prashanta? Very informed. When you also quoted the Rig Veda, which we can, really very, very well informed. Maharaj, I have a request. At least I don't remember, maybe due to old age, but perhaps we have not yet been introduced. So when our paths are crossing, kindly tell me. I'm your Bhakti Vinoda Swami, and then we can discuss something about the holy name. It is nice to find another relisher of the holy name. So please, also, I will look with wide open eyes for Bhakti Vinoda Swami, and then we can discuss.
I am your servant, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
So, dear devotees, we very warmly welcome His Holiness Sacinandana Maharaj. This is a good fortune today that Maharaj, you have accepted our small invitation. We are insignificant little bees here, but we're waiting for the honey.
Very, very nice. Very nice. I'm just making notes of our Bhakti Vinoda Maharaj's excellent class. I mean, so many good points. Are you putting this on somewhere on your web page that we can listen to it again? Because we are a little forgetful now sometimes.
Yeah, this will be on our VIHE YouTube. It will be there on the YouTube channel of the VIHE. Yes, Maharaj.
Good.
I'll send you the link.
Oh, please, because I'm not so good at computer. Yes, Hare Krishna. I'm very, very happy to be on this call about Srila Rupa Goswami's glories. It is very wonderful that you put this on, Prashanta, and I think the generations which are coming after us will very much need to understand Rupa Goswami's glory and so on. I have prepared something, but before I start, I would really love to know how much time do I have now, so that I don't disturb the program too much by going over time.
No, Maharaj, we are. It's okay. We asked you for half an hour, and so we give you what you deserve, what you have been promised.
Yes, good. So, wonderful. Si Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutalam But Swayam Rupa Gadamayam Dadati Sva Padantikam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Vrindavana Prachari Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Satarine. My dear devotees, everyone on this call, let us immediately dive into the glories of Rupa Goswami. I congratulate you. You must be on a marathon of hearing Krishna Katha or Rupa Katha, but the Bhagavatam says that may our speech always glorify you, Krishna. May our ears always hear your sweet stories. May our hands serve you. This complete absorption in Krishna consciousness, and more specifically in the glories of Krishna's dear devotees, is what we are meant to do in our human form of life. So I will try to make it as, let us say, as lively as possible, so that you will that you will be able to listen carefully. Let us first of all hear about the Goswamis. Whenever someone during the Chaitanya era returned from Vrindavan, all these associates of the Lord in Bengal, they would ask, how is Rupa and Sanatan? What are they doing? And those who came back, they would describe the life of Rupa and Sanatan. They would say, Anika dunhe jane jata priksha guna eka eka vikshara dhole eka eka ratri shayan. The brothers actually have no fixed residence in Vrindavan. Then where do they stay? They reside beneath trees. One night under one tree, and the next night under another. Trees are very good in summer because they shade from the hot sun they provide shade. They are equally good in winter, because then, due to the life force which runs through them, they give a warmth to those who stay under them. In this way, the renunciant is kept a little warmer than outside the tree. Then the next question was, well, then what do they eat if they are just moving without a kitchen? Well, the answer was, Srila Rupa and Sanatana Goswami beg a little food from the houses of Brahmanas. Giving up all kinds of material enjoyment, they take only some dry bread, this is the famous Braj rotis, and fried chickpeas. We hear that Sanatana Goswami would sometimes only take some flour, and he would mix it with Yamuna water and then roll a ball which he would put on a stone that was heated by the fire. I mean, this is creative cooking, we would say. So some dry bread and fried chickpeas he eat. Now how do they, I mean, you need to drink something, no? And you need to dress? What do they do for this? Well, the answer is they carry only water pots. And these are the hollows of these pumpkins. They are hollowed out and they're dried, and then you can carry water in them. And they wear torn quilts. They would go at the banks of the Jamuna and they would find some remnants of which pilgrims left there, or which sadhus left there, or which somehow were swept on the shore. That is what they would dress in, some cloth remnants. And then how do they spend their time? Well, they engage almost 24 hours daily in rendering to the service to the Lord. Now, what about sleeping? They usually sleep only an hour and a half, and some days when they continuously chant the Lord's holy name, they do not sleep at all. Chanting. Sometimes they write transcendental literatures about devotional service, and sometimes they hear about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and spend their time thinking about the Lord. This is called Chintan. Chintan. Wow! Then what type of literature do such otherworldly humans write, we should ask? What is the content like our Bhakti Vinoda Swami has shared with us Namashtakam. I would like to share with you another composition of Rupa Goswami and describe to you how it came about. It's called Utkalika Valari. This work is referred to as the swan song of Rupa Goswami. When the swan is just before the end of his life, he will do one song. He will sing or make some sound which is extremely valued as very beautiful. So this was written when I did my research 11 years before Rupa Goswami's passing. And in this 70 verse work, we find Rupa Goswami walking around Braj and feeling the burning pain of separation from the divine couple as he is searching, Hey Radhe Vraja Deviki, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? with his own voice, he starts out to sing about the extraordinary beauty of Radha and Krishna, and then in heartbreaking verses he describes what he was shy to talk about in other compositions. He describes his intense desire for personal service to Radha and Krishna. When we study the works of Rupa Goswami, he did not so much emphasize in a writing about serving his Ishta Devata. Who is the Ishta Devata of Rupa Goswami? It's Sri Radha. He is partial to Radha. That comes clear in his composition, that's clear. But he does not talk about Manjari Seva so much openly. This is not done in Vaishnava circles. Your deepest devotional secrets are not proclaimed to the world. But when we see his composition, we clearly understand the particular services which Rupa Goswami longed for in his Siddha Deha as a Manjari. So this is this is the composition. It is one where he reveals something in his heart that was not revealed before. He is very, very much talking about this, and as you will see in a moment, this is for the benefit of us sadhakas. I will not delve into esoteric truths about this confidential service of Radha here, keeping the mood of Rupa Goswami to not talk so much about it publicly in mind. But what I wish to do, nevertheless, is to make clear, why is he revealing this? Why is he talking about the innermost heart? Let us go to the first verse of this composition, and we will understand. Papatya Vrindavana Madhyam Eka. I will not say so much Sanskrit because most of you are not Sanskrit scholars. I'm intent upon attaining my cherished desire. I am here now. I have taken shelter of Vrindavan Dham. I'm all alone. There's no one around me. I'm in the midst of this forest. And I loudly lament. I loudly cry. And I openly will now display the wounds which are there in my heart because of the hot tears of separation. Baladev Vidyabhushana, who comments on these verses, says that Rupa Goswami makes even a stone-like heart melt with his Utkalika Valari prayers. Since he is the king of the Bhavukas, that is, people who have a lot of devotional mellows in them. With this, Rupa Goswami invites us to enter into the Bhakti Bhava, a form of Bhakti which is so important. Bhakti is not an intellectual exercise. it's an experience of devotion, which is something that is the property of the heart. In the 11th canto, 14th chapter, text 23, Lord Krishna explains about the yoga system, that which links us to God. And he makes a very, very interesting observation, which I feel is very important for those who want the bhakti path. He says, Katam vina Roma harsham dravata chitasa vina vinamandashru kalaya shudyet bhaktya vinashaya. If one's hairs do not stand on end, how can the heart melt? And if the heart does not melt, how can tears of love flow from the eyes? If one does not cry in spiritual happiness, how can one render loving service to the Lord? And without such service, how can the consciousness be purified? To put it all together in a simple sentence, the consciousness cannot be purified if our emotions are not purified and we don't learn the simple thing called eagerness or crying for Krishna. No? You know, in the Prabhupada writes this, that lolyam, this eagerness, is the price for obtaining Krishna consciousness. It's a feeling, a devotional feeling. I remember Prabhupada was once on a morning walk through the New York Central Park, and whenever he came, it was winter, so there were some frozen puddles of water, puddles, these small waters, and he would go with his cane there, and whenever he saw a frozen puddle, he would break it like this with his cane. The devotees observed this. First puddle, second puddle, third puddle. Then they thought, my God, maybe this is a sadhana we have not learned. maybe this is important. And they said to Prabhupada, why are you doing this, if we may ask? And Prabhupada said, I have to do it. It's my duty. So the devotees were like all of us. Why is it a duty to break puddles of water? Prabhupada said, explained it. He said, our heart is originally like liquid water, but now, due to false ego, it is frozen. Frozen means the water doesn't move any longer anywhere. So in this way, our hearts don't move to Krishna any longer. And the duty of the spiritual master, he said, is to break that false ego. Or in this composition, I think Rupa Goswami, there is not so much frozen puddles of water in Vrindavan. He uses another word, melting of the heart. And where should that emotional bhakti go, that bhavanamrita, that nectar of Krishna consciousness, where should it flow? Well, it needs a form for that. Consider, and the verses of Rupa Goswami are providing that form. Let me give you an example. When you have lead and you melt it with some heat, it will become liquefied. And then if you pour that liquefied lead into a mold, let us say of a little elephant. The leg takes on the form of the mold, the elephant. You then open the mold, it opens usually, at least the way I know these molds, the two sides, and you have a little elephant. The leg has taken the shape of the elephant. So the Krishna consciousness means also that our hearts, which are now turned away from Krishna and have as a result become different, not Krishna consciousness, they need to be melted again. But they should not just melt into sentimentality, they need a form, and this is provided by the acharyas in their granths. One of them is this Utkalika Valari. The way to follow the path of this particular work is like this. Listen now very much, very carefully. It's a process. First of all, Shravanam. You have to hear these prayers. But how? You need to listen to this with devotional intention. You need to open the heart to hear Rupa Goswami, to learn from his example, to follow in his example. You see him at the end of his life. I heard later he would not walk any longer. He stayed near the Govindaji Mandir, which was next to the Govindaji Mandir there was a leaf construction where Radha Govinda were. The Mandir was being constructed, and Rupa Goswami would come and he would worship Radha Govinda, his beloved deities, with flowers and forest decorations. In his mind they were the Vrindavaneshwara and Vrindavaneshwari, the Lord and Masters of the Vrindavan forest. He would personally make garlands and he would read his compositions to them. He would not move any longer, but this was written as he was running into the forest, explaining his heart. So you need to mix your heart with some eagerness for Krishna. How do we as devotees of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness mix our heart with eagerness? Well, we must, we are aware of our goal. It's called in Sanskrit Prayojan Bodh. We keep that goal as our highest goal in front of us, and we are longing for the not yet attained perfection. And yes, and then as we mix our heart with the prayers and the mood, the eager longing of Rupa Goswami, bhakti will sprout. That is Utkaliga Valari, that's the sprout. Valari is a creeper. It will, your bhakti will also grow in the heart, like the creeper of love of Godhead. If you do some mixing, you have to prepare some mixing in your heart. Prayers with the eager longing of, and this is a prayer manual, the Utkalika Valari. My dear devotees, if Krishna continues, if your voice, you must bring some Krishna consciousness, some love, or at least some gratitude, some being filled with something for Krishna. Then you are a true devotee. Then you can purify the entire universe. Krishna says, a devotee whose speech is sometimes choked up, whose heart melts, here you find it again, who cries for the Lord and then dances, such a devotee purifies the entire universe. The point is here not dancing, crying and so on. The point is here melting the heart. That's the point in this. And Rupa Goswami's prayers can help us do so. I was once in Africa, South Africa, and after a long preaching tour, I mean really preaching, you wouldn't like to know the schedule of Sacinandana Swami. It's sometimes intense. So after yes, some devotees said, why don't we go to the Drakensberg mountains, so that you can engage in what you like most, in chanting. And so went. On the way I saw a long procession of very well dressed local residents. They had hats and colorful dresses, trumpets, and we overtook that procession, and I noticed they were all crying. They were dressed so colorful, but they were really crying. So I asked the driver to stop, and I was standing by the side of the road, and I found out it was a colorful funeral procession where everyone cried. And as I looked at the faces, the solemn faces, I felt some emotion was coming in my heart also, without knowing the person who had died, without knowing the people who were on procession, but just coming into contact with this, with the melted hearts of this community, it worked. So in terms of Rupa Goswami, we come in contact with his melted heart. We see him in the forest of Vrindavan, and we see him doing his prayers. There is one prayer which I would like to share with you. It's well into the work. I mean, well means it's 61. O Devi Shri Radhika. He addresses Radharani with an earnest prayer to engage in help in her service. When can I take you for a meeting with the Prince of Vrindavan through the dense darkness that is now enveloping the world? I will first remove your jeweled belt and tinkling ankle bells, and then cover your radiant lightning form with a cape that is as dark as black bees. This is the scene. The world is cloaked in darkness that is so thick that not even a needle can perforate it. Not even a needle of light can be seen. So Rupa Goswami, in his identity as Rupa Manjari, says, what will I do at that time? You are sitting in the darkness. heart wants only to be with Krishna. Well, I will bring you to Krishna. I will cover your effulgent body with a dark cloak so that no one can see you. It will be as black bees. Note the poesy here. Who is the Madhusudan bee? And I will take you for a meeting. Everyone is dipped in sleep. I must perform my service very expertly, that no one is wakened up. So I will also remove the jewel belt, and more than anything the tinkling anchor bells, so that no one can, that the sound does not betray you, and you can go to Krishna. This is the idea of Braj. The greatest service you do in Braj is to bring Radha to Krishna, and the greatest service you do in this world is to bring souls to Krishna, to help them in their journey. Krishna says in the Gita, no one is dearer to him than that servant who preaches Krishna consciousness to the others. So you can see in this poetic composition so many wonderful meanings, but my point today is simply one. My dear devotees, how will we ever become Krishna conscious? You cannot become Krishna conscious if you do things out of duty, nor if you do them out of fear, and if I'm not doing this, I go to hell. You have to have some attachment to Krishna. And that we learn from a composition of our Acharya Rupa Goswami. All that he writes is written in a very personal style, as our Bhakti Vinoda Swami has noted in his expert presentation. All what he does is his compositions, they have devotional feelings, and that's where you get your heart melting. That's where you do your eagerness. When you hear another person crying, you will also be moved. There is complicated thing how this works, but it is a communication that takes place, that is very subtle, it is beyond words, and you are moved with bhakti. And Kalika Valari, I urge you to study this. I have gone now, I have finished my time. Prashanta, thank you very much, and don't forget please to send the link, and perhaps the other, I'm so uncomputer person. What other lectures do you have that are of great? Is it going well so far?
Yes, Maharaj. Thank you so much. We've been having quite a few speakers. We started day before yesterday, and so we were at Radha Damodar at the Samadhi of Srila Rupa Goswami. We heard there about his family background and how he met Lord Chaitanya. And then yesterday we had many speakers. Bhakti Prabhu Maharaj was there, Yadunandan Maharaj was there, and Savabhoma Prabhu. And we had Dina Bandhu. Our program is on site and online, so we had different kinds of speakers. Dina Bandhu Prabhu was with us. So all of them and more, there were more. Devi Shakti Mataji came also. So they all spoke and on various topics. And tomorrow we have one more. We have Bhakti Damodar Maharaj tomorrow, who will speak on the granthas, the books. of Srila Rupa Goswami. So, yes, we've been hearing. This year is the 25th anniversary of the Rupotsava. We've been doing this festival for 25 years. So we are hearing more katha.
Yes, and everyone, our Prashanta is Rupa Goswami expert, and each year during the Govardhan retreats she will decorate a wonderful kunj at Ter Kadamba, the place where Rupa Goswami wrote his literatures, some of his literatures, and yes, we have there our Nam Vrata Day where we chant 64 rounds. So if you can make it, you must see Rupa Goswami in his kunj, decorated lovingly by Prashanta, and join us for chanting. It is very good atmosphere, very good occasion. Especially if you're not hungry and sleepy, then it's really good. So, thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity. Feel most honored, and yes, feel very. I've seen Krishna has showed some of the windows, and I've recognized some of you. Very nice to be connected with all of you. All the best, and I will sign off here. So much seva is waiting today. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Sacinandana Maharaj ki jai. Thank you so much for coming, Maharaj. And we'll see you. Just the time is getting shorter and shorter now. September, October, November. We'll see you. Hare Krishna. Hari Hari, dear devotees. So this concludes the Katha part of our festival today. And now we are going to go to something different, which is actually, it was quite interesting. Bhakti Vinoda Maharaj chose to speak of the Namashtakam. And thus he was actually practically part of the poetry part of our festival. So what we are going to do now is hear various works and verses from Srila Rupa Goswami. As Maharaj mentioned, is such a poet. Yesterday also we spoke that he was a born poet. So he had this ability to compose very beautiful verses, amazing verses, with very intricate Sanskrit expressions, and which convey very wonderful meanings. So let's see how many we can cover today. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to, we will sing the Namashtakam. Maharaj was singing, we will sing it with a little melody. We have the wordings also, but not sure you can follow everything, but something you can follow. So I'll request Vrajanandan Prabhu and Hari Prabhu to provide the wordings. So we will sing it I'll sing it in one go, with the accompaniment of Tanpura. So let us see here. Good. At what time? First is Dina Bandhu. Okay, so let us go. These 8 beautiful prayers glorifying the holy name. We heard the meaning part from Bhakti Vinoda Maharaj, very deep philosophical meanings of this Ashtaka. Ashtaka means 8. It's a poem which is made of 8 different verses. So now we are going to hear the beauty of it as it is sung. May I ask somebody to reduce this fan here, which is giving little trouble? So let me start on this. Shri Namashtakam. Nikhila Shatimali Ratnamala Jutinirajita Pada Pankajanta Hayimukta Kula Rupasyamanam Paritastvam Harinama Samsayami Jayanama Muni Vrindageya He Janaranjanaya Paramakshara Krite Swamanadarapi managudiritam nichilogratapa partalim vilumpasi Yada bhasopyudhyam kavalita bhavadvanta vibhavo drisham tattvam dhanam apidishati bhakti pranayini Janastasya dattam jagati bhagavan dhamatarane kritite nirvaktum kahihamahimanam prabhavati yad brahma sakshat kriti nishtayapi vinashamayati vinana bhogaihi Apeti nama spuranena tate prarabdha karmeti viroti vedaha Aghadamana yashoda nandana nanda shuno kamalanayana gopi chandra vrindavanendra Pranata karuna Krishna vidyaneka swarupe tvayi mamarati ruchir vardatam namadeya Vacham vachakamichudeti bhavato namaswarupadvayam Purvasmat parameva hanta karunam tatrapi janimahe Yastasmin vihita paradanivaha prani samantat bhaved Asyenedamupasya sopi sadanandam buddhau bhajati Sudita shita janati rashaye ramya chit ghana sukha swarupine Nama Gokula Mahotsavayate Krishna Purna Vapushe Namo Namah Narada Vino Jivana Sudharmini Ryasa Madhuri Pura Tam Krishna Namakam Spuramera Sanera Sena Sada Spuramera Sanera Sena Sada Narada Vino Jivana. So this is the beautiful Nama Ashtakam. And one of the verses says that Krishna appears in two forms. One is his own transcendental form, which may indicate the Archa Vigraha, or the form of the Lord seen in transcendence. And then the Lord appears in the form of the holy name. So these are two forms, and Vacha and Vachakam. One is the word, which indicates the object, and the other is the object, which is indicated by the word. And out of the two, one is more merciful. Which one? Nama. The Nama. The word is more merciful. It's more merciful because in the conditioned state of life, we have, when we talk of the Archa Vigraha, unless we have advanced in Krishna consciousness and have become a Brahmanically initiated devotee, we cannot access the Archa Vigraha Seva. But the Nama is always there. And again, if we are a neophyte devotee, we cannot access the transcendental form of the Lord, which is situated on the transcendental platform. We have no access because our consciousness is covered. And we don't have that fourth level of consciousness, the pure consciousness. We don't have that. So we cannot access the form of the Lord. But the Nama descends, and we heard, to the most neophyte, unqualified person the name comes, it becomes available without any qualification. One can start chanting the holy name of the Lord. So we will hear just now another glorification of the holy name, composed by Srila Rupa Goswami. This is found in the Ashtadasha Chanda Stava. It is the beginning of Rupa Goswami summarizing the pastime of Krishna killing Kamsa. But the opening to this pastime is a verse glorifying the holy name. Do we have it here? Ashtadasha Chanda Stava, this is the first text. And this is a composition which is irregular in a meter, which does not go by the syllables counting. Jiyana Murare, Jiyana Murare, Prema Marandasya Navya Maravindam, Prema Marandasya Navya Maravindam, Bhavati Yada Bhaso Piswati Jalam, Mukti Muktaya. All glories to the holy name of Lord Krishna, which is a blooming lotus flower filled with the nectar of pure love. The dim reflection of his name is the drop of water that creates the pearl of liberation. So the holy name here is compared to a blooming lotus flower, a flower which opens up. It opens up. And the idea is we have to attain the dim reflection of the name. We have to start at least chanting in Namabhasa. We have to go beyond the stage of chanting while committing offenses. If we can become a very attentive chanter, then this beautiful holy name is going to produce a pearl, which is the pearl of liberation. So that's why Srila Prabhupada always told us that chant attentively, chant attentively, chant attentively. And this should be our endeavor. Sometimes devotees ask strange questions, what should I do while chanting? So while chanting, we chant only, we don't do anything else. And we should do very, very attentive. No need to think about so many things. And even thinking about Krishna, it should not be artificial. The holy name is powerful in itself, and the power of the holy name will begin to be experienced when we chant attentively. It's like a very powerful charging of our transcendental battery of our heart, and we become full of spiritual energy. However, we are not very interested. Neither are we interested neither in the holy name, neither in the expansion of the holy name, which is appearing in the form of Krishna's pastimes. The holy name, it contains the form of the Lord, the qualities of the Lord, the pastimes of the Lord, and the Dham of the Lord. Everything is contained within the holy name. Unfortunately, we are not so much interested. So Srila Rupa Goswami has composed a prayer, which is also from the Ashtadasha Chanda Stava verse. It's verse number 11, I believe. And this is a prayer in which he expresses the regret, a regret for not having the attraction for hearing Srimad Bhagavatam. So let us hear this. Apisparamode pratipada sudha koti madhure purana gramantar vahati tava lila rasadhare manovatsah patum vishaya vishagate vishati me krupayascha turnam dhamayatamamum tarnakapate. So here, Srila Rupa Goswami is comparing himself to a foolish calf. A foolish calf who doesn't know his way around. All of us, when we are small, we are foolish, ignorant. So he says that even though the very sweet nectar stream of your transcendental pastimes swiftly flows through the Puranas, and by Puranas we mostly indicate the Srimad Bhagavatam, the king of all the Puranas. So there is, in the Puranas flows the nectar stream of Krishna's transcendental pastimes. But the calf of my mind is like a foolish calf, has now entered a ditch to drink the poison of material sense happiness. O Lord of the calf, Tarnakapati, O Lord of the calves, please quickly curb him with your stick of mercy. So here we see it's an analogy. Krishna is herding the cows, the small calves. He is Gopal. So Gopal is out herding the cows. And in the middle of the day, all the small calves become thirsty. So Krishna guides them to the Yamuna. And all the calves follow him and they go to the Yamuna. And there's that foolish one. Instead of going with everybody to the Yamuna, the stream of the Puranas, the nectar pastimes of the Lord, that foolish calf starts running in the fields. And because he's hungry, he's searching for water. And then he arrives at a place where there is a kua. There is a well. There is a well. And he arrives at the well and he sees at the bottom there is water. So he tries to enjoy that water, putting his neck into the hole, and at some point he falls into the well. So as this is our mind. Instead of hearing Srimad Bhagavatam, we are searching for some pleasure in some material activity. Some hearing, some seeing, some smelling, some tasting, some who knows doing what. We are looking for some pleasure. And as we try to enjoy, we fall into a well. And once we are there, we cannot come out. We become addicted. We become addicted to that sense pleasure. And we cannot come out. So then the prayer is there. We have to call out when we are in the well of sense gratification. Oh Lord of the calves! Gopal! We have to remember at that time, I'm a foolish calf. I followed my mind and fell into this addictive sense gratification. So I'm calling out like the calf. I'm calling out, oh Lord of the calf, come with your stick. Because how Krishna will recover that calf? He will run after him and he will take his stick and somehow bring him back. So please use on me your stick of mercy and bring me back. Bring me back into the nectar of hearing your pastimes. Haribon, Haribon. Yes? Good? Nice? Yeah. Okay. Okay, now we are going to together sing one of the works of Rupa Goswami that you all know. It's called Sri Upadeshamrita. So we can sing it together, I believe, because most of you must be knowing it and we will show it on the screen. This is also a beautiful composition. And you see the compositions, the Sanskrit itself marks the accompanies or is meant to enhance the meaning of the verses. So we see in Upadeshamrita, we start with very simple compositions, and then it increases, and then in the end, we can't read it. The meaning is not meant for us. The last 3 verses, and it starts even from verse number 8. From verse number 8, the Upadeshamrita switches from Vaidhi sadhana bhakti to Raganuga bhakti. So it starts from there, that we start getting bewildered. What is to be done now? And then it enters to the last 3 verses that we cannot understand. But those who are practicing Raganuga bhakti or who are bhava bhaktas, they understand these 3 verses. So today we are going to read. So let us start together. Vacho vegam manasa krodha vegam jihva vegamudaro pasta vegam etan veganyo vishaheta dhira sarvamapi mam prithivim sashishyat atyahara prayasascha prajalpo niyamagraha janasangascha laulyam cha shadbir bhaktir vinashyati utsahan nishayad dhairyad tat karma pravartanat sangatyagat sato vritte shadbir bhakti prasidhyati dadhati spati gruhnati guhyamakyati pritchati bhungte bhojayate chaiva shadvidam priti lakshanam krishneti yasya giritam manaso driyeta dikshasti chet pranatibhischa bhajantamisham Sushrushaya bhajana vigyamananyamanya nindari shunya hridamipsita sangalabdhya drishtai svabhava janitar vapushascha doshair na prakritattvamiha bhakta janascha pashyed Gangham bhasana khalu buddhapena pankher brahmadravatpamapagacchati niradharmaihi syat Krishna nama charitari sitapya vidya pitto patapta rasanasya narochikano Kintvadaradhanudinam khalu seva jushta swadvikramad bhavati tadgadamulahanti tannama rupa charitari sukirtanano smrityoh kramena rasanas manasi niyocha Tishtan vrajetananuragi jananugami kalam nayena kilamityupadesha saram Vaikuntha janito varamadhupuri tatrapi rasotsavan Vrindaranyamudharapani ramana tatrapi govardhana Radha kundamihapi gokulapate premamrita plavanat Kuryadasya virajato giritarte sevam vivekinaka Karmibhya parito hare priyataya vyaktim yayurjnaninas Tebhyo jnana vimukta bhakti parama premaikhanishastata Tebhyasta pashupala pankajadrishastabhyo pisaradika Preshta tadpadiyam tadiya sarasitam nasayet kakriti Krishna syoche pranaya vasati preyasibhyo piradha Kundam chasya munibhirabitastadrik eva gadhayi Yat preshterapyalamashulabham kim punar bhakti bhajam tat premedam sakrirapi sarasnaturapniskaroti. Hari Hari. Now these verses can be sung in many melodies. Vaikunta janito vana madhupuri tathrapi rasotsava vrindaranya mudara pani ramana tathrapi govardhanaha Radha kunda mihapi gokulapate premamrita plavana kuryadasya virajato viritate sevam vivekinaka karmibhya parito hare priyataya vyaktim yayurjnaninas Tebhyo jnana vimukta bhakti parama premaikanishtasthatha Tebhyasta pashupala pankajadrishas tabhyo pisaradhika prishta tadvadiyam tariya sarasi tam nashayet kakrite. So this is the beautiful Upadeshamrita, which is a very succinct work by Srila Rupa Goswami, which takes us from the very beginning of bhakti, describing the qualifications of a spiritual master, inviting us to surrender to a spiritual master, also explaining Vacho Vegam, Manasa Krodha Vegam. Not only these are the qualities of the spiritual master, but this is also the first endeavor of one who wants to follow the path of bhakti, is to control the senses and control the mind. And then it explains us the things which are favorable, unfavorable, the loving devotional exchanges, because bhakti is not performed alone. Bhakti is performed in the association of devotees. And in one sense, that's what makes it very difficult. Sometimes, while preaching, I went in one place and people say that many times, that, you didn't come to the satsang. No, I don't go. Mixing with devotees creates Vaishnava parad. So I stay at home. But this is not the process. This process is meant to be performed in the association of devotees. Prabhupada said we are like diamonds. How can we refine a diamond? You know how to cut a diamond? A diamond is so hard. Nothing can cut a diamond. A diamond is used to cut other things. So the way to refine ourselves, to purify ourselves, to refine our consciousness is to associate with the devotees. And it hurts. But when you get a cut here and there, you must understand this is the polishing of the diamonds. So we are getting polished in this way. And of course, the most important item for our purification is the holy name that we have to hear, and we should honor those devotees who are chanting the holy name of the Lord. We should be eager for their association, and we should ourselves chant the holy name. The holy name is going to take us to a place where we will lose our identification with the material body. It is not an unachievable goal. It is an intermediate goal that on the way to pure devotional service. And so the chanting of the holy name is going to bless us with this vision that we are not the body. And further, it will bless us with the understanding that we are not the mind, we are not these material emotions, thoughts, and desires. We do not have to go along with them. We can keep aloof from them. And this will be done if we associate with the Lord in the form of His holy name, in the form of His pastimes. And this is what will keep us aloof. So the more we chant, the more we hear, the less we identify with our material identity. And this is the boon that is given to us. And then we say, yes, that this verse, these are all the practices, regulated practices of devotional service. And if we do that, then someday we will actually automatically be attracted. And for one who attains this spontaneous attraction for the holy name and for Krishna, first for the sadhana and then for Krishna, when that person becomes qualified to perform Raganuga Bhakti, which means a devotion which is tainted with the attraction that is possessed by the associates of Krishna in the 5 different rasas, and particularly the rasas of Golok Vrindavan, the Vatsalya Bhav, the Sakya Bhav, and the Madhurya Bhav. So meditating on the activities of those devotees, we can aspire to serve in some way in the spiritual world. And then the spiritual world is described. There are different lokas, different places in the material world and then in the spiritual world, and the topmost place is Goloka, Vrindavan. And also Rupa Goswami explains that there are different methods to elevate oneself from lower consciousness to higher consciousness. There is karma, there is jnana, there is yoga, all this, but the topmost is bhakti. And bhakti, when it comes to its pure form, will allow us to enter into the transcendental world, where there we are going to see so many associates of the Lord, and reigning over all of them is the beautiful Radhika, sitting next to Shyam. She is non-different from him. Both of them are one, manifested in 2 bodies. And she is the embodiment of prema and the embodiment of supreme happiness for Krishna. And all the jivas are under her shelter. So this is the beautiful teachings of Sri Upadesh Amrita, the essence. Prabhupada called it the nectar of instruction, the essence of all the instructions. Hearing these transcendental instructions, when the book was first published, the devotees were thinking, oh, this is such an internal book. It's such an internal book. So they published 10,000 copies. And they told Prabhupada, Prabhupada said, so is it published? Yes, it's published. Every time a book was published, they would bring it to Srila Prabhupada. So he got it. He said, oh, how many copies? He says, Prabhupada, 10,000 copies. This is Gupta Gyan. Prabhupada said, what? 100,000 immediately. Distribute to all the universities, to all the colleges. This is what they should learn. They should learn this. And it begins especially with the essential teachings, which is missing from all the schools nowadays, or most of them. Vacho vegam manasa krodha vegam jiva vegam udaro pasta vegam. That the control of the urges. This is the beginning of student life, to accept austerity and sense control. And without this, there is no knowledge. So Prabhupada said this is for all of them. This is for people in the schools to understand this and to then understand spirituality. A completely different angle of, spirituality. Because usually what is presented is Om, some kind of meditation, some kind of... But as Sacinandana Maharaj was saying, bhakti is a matter of the heart. It is based on philosophical understanding, but it is really a matter of the heart. It is a heart-to-heart connection between the jiva and the Supreme Lord. So it doesn't go through the mechanics of yoga in general as we understand it. The breathing process, the postures, and the control of the mind through the mechanical control of the breath. This bhakti is a completely different domain. A completely different domain. For those who understand that the Supreme Absolute Truth is a person. That's a miracle revelation when we can come to this point to understand that the Absolute Truth is a person. Okay, we are going to go into another composition. Sri Hari, Kusuma, Stabaka. Kusum, you know kusum? Kusum is flower, pul, yes. It's the flower. And a stabaka is a bunch of flowers, bouquet. So we are offering a bunch of flowers to Sri Krishna. Sri Hari, Kusuma, Stabaka. All these poetries have been gathered by Srila Jiva Goswami as a faithful servant of Rupa Goswami. Rupa Goswami, actually, we heard he was writing on palm leaves or he was writing on paper later on. And all these special verses, isolated verses, ashtakas, they were all scattered. So Srila Jiva Goswami brought them all into one book, Stava Mala. A stava is a glorification and a mala is a garland. It's a garland of glorifications. So you can find this book and buy it, I recommend, and you can read it. Very beautiful. Okay, so this is a particular composition in an even verse type. Gati Ganjita Mattatara Dvija Radhanindita Sundara Kundamadam. This you can follow because it's very easy. We go again. Gati Ganjita Mattara Dvija Radhanindita Sundara Kundamadam Madanar Buddha Rupa Madakna Musim Ruchinishita Manjari Manjumukham Mukhari Krita Venurita Pramadam Madavalgita Lochana Tamarasam Rasapura Vikasaka Keli Param Paramartha Parayana Lokagatim Gati Mandita Yamunatira Bhuvam Bhuvaneshwara Vandita Charupadam Padakujvala Komala Kantarucham Uchatata Vichechaka Valgutaram Tarala Prachalaka Pari Tashikam Tikarinda Diti Pratipanna Bhujam Ujagendra Pananga Naranga Daram Darakandara Khelana Lubdaridam Hridayam Surid Ganadatta Maham Mahaniya Katha Kulam Dhutakarim Kikira Durachai Bala bala vashavaka sannihitam hita sadhu samihita kalpatarum taruningana nutana pushpasaram sharanagata rakshana dakshatamam tamasadu kulotpala chandakaram karapadma milat kusumastabakam bakadanavamatta karindra harim harini ganakaraka venukalam kalakantara vojala Kantaranam Ranakandita Durjana Punya Janam Janamangala Kirtilata Prabhavam Bhavasangara Gunjavajam Hamakun Bhaktagaram Gananatiga Divya Gunolasitam Sitarashmi Sahodara Bhaktabaram Paradipta Vitha Suradavadanam Gana Viprama Vesha Viharamayam Maya Putra Tamakshaya Putra Vidhum Viduri Krita Dana Varajakulam Kulananda Manatta Namami Harim Kulananda Namatta Namami Harim Urasi Paruspara Dindira Mindindira Mandira Rajona Sitam Urasi Parispura Dindira Mindindira Mandira Rajona Sitam Hari Mangalati Mangala Mangala Satchandanam Bande. So this is a very beautiful bouquet of flowers, offerings, glorification of Krishna. He says, to Lord Hari, whose graceful movements rebuke the maddened elephants. Elephants, when they are mad, they walk like a drunken person. But it is also considered to be very graceful. So the graceful movements of Krishna rebuke the maddened elephants, whose handsome teeth condemn the jasmine flower's pride. Krishna's teeth are sometimes compared to pearls, and many times compared to beautiful white jasmine buds. His handsomeness destroys the pride of millions of Kamadevas. His charming face is decorated with the blossom of splendid smile. His smile is just like a flower in the midst of his beautiful face. His talkative flute has captured the gopis. Why talkative flute? Because when we hear the flute, we hear wee, 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 wee. When the gopis hear the flute, they hear their name. So it's a very talkative flute. The gopis hear their personal name. It is when Krishna was calling the gopis for the rasa dance, he was actually playing, and they would hear their name being called. To Lord Hari, whose happily dancing eyes are red lotus flowers. So lotus flowers, we know they are very beautifully shaped, and Krishna's eyes are always reddish. The Bhagavatam says the eyes of the Lord, even the eyes of the Paramatma, are always reddish. Why are they reddish? Because they are full of affection. They are tinged with emotion. They are tinged with the affection for his devotees. Krishna enjoys transcendental pastimes that are like a flood of nectar, which captivates the heart of the devotees. He is the goal of they who search for the ultimate goal of life. But it is a great secret. We search for the goal of life, life after life after life after life. We search for it in mundane relationships. We search for it in knowledge, in achievement. We search for it in liberation, in the impersonal Brahman. We search for it everywhere until one day, somebody shows us a picture on the wall and says, do you know that God is a person? So that is the day that we find the actual goal of life. Krishna's footsteps decorate the Yamuna's shore. His handsome feet are worshipped by the kings of all planets. His soft and glorious neck is decorated with the padaka. And he is gracefully decorated with Gorochana, tilak. Krishna wears some tilak on his forehead. He has a top knot. Sometimes Krishna gathers all his hair on the top of his head, and he decorates it with a moving peacock feather. As he walks, and you know the peacock feather is very soft. So as he walks, the peacock feather is moving. Or sometimes when there is a wind, the peacock feather is waving in the wind. His arms defiantly lifted the king of mountains. And Prabhupada said, he didn't even have to practice weightlifting. God is always God, Prabhupada said. Even at the age of 7, he can lift a huge mountain, big enough to host all the Brijbasis. He made the courtyard of the king of serpents expanded hoods into his dancing arena. So is that? This is Kalia. Kalia had so many hoods, and the heads became a dancing hall for Krishna. He was dancing on his head. His heart is greedy to enjoy pastimes in the mountain caves. The narration of his glories shakes away the age of Kali. He is a joyful festival for his affectionate friends. He possesses the strength of all unconquerable arms. He is the constant companion of Balaram and the cowherd boys. He is a desire tree for the saintly devotees. So we would say, oh, Krishna is a desire tree for everybody. No. Who fulfills the desires of everyone? Paramatma Ji. Paramatma fulfills the heart of all those mundane seekers. They want all kinds of things, but the Lord of the devotees is not the Paramatma. Sometimes devotees ask, so we as devotees, we have Paramatma in the heart? And Prabhupada said, no, for the devotees, Shyam Sundar himself is in the heart. The Paramatma accompanies the conditioned souls. And when we practice bhakti, bhakti sends our, when we say request, our prayers to the Lord beyond the material universe. And Krishna in Golok Dham is hearing our prayers. And he appears in our heart. And he becomes a desire tree for the saintly devotees. Not for them to ask, please give me a room, please give me food, please give me AC, please protect me. This is not the desire of the devotees. He satisfies, he fulfills the desire, he's a desire tree. What do the devotees get from Krishna? They get their eternal relationship. Hari Hari Bol. Jai Dina Bandhu Prabhu ki. Hari Hari. Welcome. Please take your seat. Pancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. All right, we are reading a text describing the beauty of Krishna and all his attributes. So we said Krishna is a desire tree for the saintly devotees because he reveals to them their eternal identity. And then he begins to relate with them. And this is the desire of the devotee. They desire to serve him. And Krishna reveals himself to give that opportunity for his service. And so it says here, Krishna is a new Kamadev for the young gopis. The gopis are attracting Krishna. As young girls are attracted to a young boy. But in the Nectar of Devotion, we understand that their love for Krishna is something that we see as the attraction of young girls for a boy. But it is not exactly like this. Because Prabhupada explains in this world, the boy wants something from the girl wants something from the boy. There is nothing like the sense of selflessness in the material relationships. But the gopis are the topmost selfless persons. So then it says, let me see where we are here. He is the expert protector of they who take shelter of him. No fear to be had. Krishna is our protector. He is the blazing sun that burns the Utpala flowers of the demons. So the demons, they are compared here to some kind of lotus that gets burned by the fire of Krishna. Then here, he holds a bunch of flowers in his lotus hand. So this is when he enters the rasa dance. He holds some flowers in his hand. He is a lion against the mad elephant of Bakasur. His flute music charms the does. The does meaning you understand what are the does? The hiran. There is the male deer and the female deer. The female deer are very often compared to the gopis, or the gopis are compared to the deer because they have the beautiful lotus eyes. And it is said that the way that the deer worship the Lord in the forest is by looking at him with sidelong lenses. And they don't come too close, they stay at a little distance, and they know that what does Krishna enjoy in the deer is their beauty. So they come close to display their beautiful body in front of the Lord. And Krishna sees the deer and is very pleased. And they look at him with sidelong lenses. And the does are very, very, it says both the she deer and the male deer, they come together, and the gopis became very jealous. Because they see, in our case, our husbands, instead of coming with us to serve Krishna, they stop us from going. Whereas the deer, the husband deer comes with the doe, and it says to the doe, go, 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 serve Krishna. So together they come. So these are very beautiful descriptions. His voice is more splendid than the singing of cuckoos. He broke the demon yakshas in battle. His fame is like an auspicious wine. His holy name and transcendental qualities are an Agastya Muni that drinks up the ocean of repeated birth and death. So in other words, when we chant the holy name, we hear his glories, we are actually drinking a nectar which is going to free us from repeated birth and death. His devotees are untouched by the modes of material nature. His transcendental qualities are countless. His handsome face is the brother of the moon. So the moon is considered to be very, very, very beautiful. And Krishna is Vrindavan Chandra, the moon of Vrindavan. Most beautiful, effulgent, and just seeing his face is very cooling, appeasing. He is a rain cloud against the forest of arrogant Aristasur. He is playful and decorated with charming ornaments. He is a full moon that destroys the darkness of Vyomasur. He brought pains to the demon kings. He is the delight of his relatives. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. And then he concludes with another verse, which is in a different meter, and which is a very interesting verse, which is describing, it says, to Lord Hari, who bears the mark of Srivatsa on his chest, whose splendid garland is the palatial home of many bees. When Krishna walks in the forest, the bees follow him, and they hover around his garland. You know, the bees, their most developed sense is the smell. They can locate flowers like 1 kilometer away. They know where the flowers are blooming. And so they see through the sense of smell. And so the bees, when Krishna walks in the forest, the bees, they get a little mad because they locate this fantastic fragrance. It's smelling so nice. So they go in that direction. And they fly and fly and fly, and finally they find Krishna. He is walking on the path with Balaram. So they find Krishna, and they see there is a garland of flowers around his neck. So they think the fragrance is coming from the flowers. So they come and they land on the garland. And as they land on the garland and they sit on the garland, they are bewildered because they are still smelling something else. They are still smelling another fragrance, which is even better than the fragrance of the flowers. And what is the fragrance? It is the chest of the Lord. It is the body of the Lord that is so fragrant. So they make us their residence, the garland. They reside in the garland. And in that garland, they do their buzzing, which is their singing glories of the Lord. So they reside. The temple of the bees, in the temple of the bees. What is the temple of the bees? It is the beautiful garland on the chest of the Lord. He is the great auspiciousness of the gopis, and whose transcendental form is splendid with sandal paste. So we will end on this, but I will point out just a little subtlety of this verse in terms of the Sanskrit composition. We were talking of the bees that are buzzing in the flower garland of Krishna. So buzzing, they make a sound which is like ding ding dum 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 dum. You know what sound they make? The bees. Bum, 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 bum. Just listen. Urasi parispura dindiram indindiram mandiram srajollasitam. Urasi parispura dindiram indindiram mandiram srajollasitam. This din 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 din. This is the sound of the bees. Urasi parispura dindiram indindiram mandiram srajollasitam. This is what is called, it's called an onomatopoeia, where the sound is similar to the object or to what it represents. In this case here, it's representing the humming of the bees. Hari Hari Bol. So we welcome with great happiness our dear Dinabandhu Prabhu. He is a lover of Srila Rupa Goswami, and he has been coming to this festival many, many times, but usually he speaks the glories of some works or some glories of Rupa Goswami. But some month ago, we happened to be on the Yamuna shore, on the Yamuna boating, and I heard him reciting the Yamunastakam by Srila Rupa Goswami. So that day, I requested him, Prabhu, please, this year, you come also for the Ashtaka part of the festival. So today we are hearing Shri Yamunastakam from Dinabandhu Prabhu. Please give them back. Oh, we need a copy of the Yamunastakam. Fat. Who can give that? Is Shivani somewhere here? You can say a few words until the copy comes. It is in my room, actually. So how are we doing so far, devotees? This is a stream of nectar, which is rarely encountered.
So in one sense, the Jamuna is the daughter of the sun god. So she has many beautiful names that indicate that. It's a long story, but somehow the son's wife gave birth to twins, Yam and Yummy. Yam, we know Yamaraj. And we're very much afraid of Yamaraj. But she has a twin brother, he has a twin sister named Yummy, Yam and Yummy. She gave twins, Yam and Yummy. Yamuna. Because by bathing in Yamuna, we become free from the fear of Yamaraj. So she has many beautiful names like Bhanu Nandini. Bhanu is another name for the sun. Bhanu Nandini, Bhanu Putri, Surya Putri. We know Surya is a name for the sun. Surya Putri, Tarni Tanuja. So many beautiful names like this. Then she lands on this particular planet first on Kalinda mountain. So her another name is Kalindi, the daughter of the Kalinda mountain, or Kalinda Nandini, or even more sweet, Kalinda Giri Nandini. Everyone try it. Kalindi Giri Nandini. Giri means mountain, so Kalinda Giri, the Mount Kalinda, Kalinda Giri Nandini, the daughter of Kalinda mountain. But in this Yamunastakam of Srila Rupa Goswami, he is given a very beautiful name. Sarvadara Binda Bandhu Nandani. Sarva we know means all. And Arabinda, anybody knows the meaning of Arabinda? Lotus. Sarvadara Binda Bandhu. Just like Deen Bandhu. Bandhu means friend. So who's the friend of all the lotus flowers? I'll give you a hint. When moon will rise, we were just talking about the moon, huh? Every lotus will close her face. She doesn't want to see the moon. But as soon as sun will rise, every lotus will open her face with a big smile to see the sun. So the friend of all the lotus flowers is the sun. Sarvadara Binda Bandhu Nandini, the daughter of the friend of all the lotus flowers. So you can repeat, you can learn because you probably won't be able to sing along. You can try, but you can learn the refrain at least. Mam Punatu Sarvadara Binda Bandhu Nandini. Mam Punatu Sarvadara Binda Bandhu Nandini. I offer my respects to the gently flowing waves of the daughter of the friend of all the lotus flowers. So you can try and, if you know it, you can try and follow along. Otherwise, we'll repeat at the end we'll repeat the refrain. So I'll sing it once and then you can repeat after me. Just the refrain, everything else we'll just sing. Bratarantakasya pattine vipatti harini prekshyo pipapino pipapa sindutarini niramadurir birapya seisa chitta bandhani mam punattu sarvadara binda bandhu nandani Harivari Daraya Bimanditoro Kandava Pundarika Mandalo Jat Andajali Tandava Snana Kama Pama Roga Papa Sambadandini Mam Punattu Sarvadara Binda Bandhu Nandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Shikarabri Mr. Jantu Durvipakkamardani Nanda Nanda Nandarang Bhakti Purvavardani Tira Sangama Bilasi Mangal Anubandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Dvipa Chakravala Justa Saptu Sindhu Vedani Srimakunda Nirmituru Divya Keli Vedani Kanti Kandali Birindra Nila Vrinda Nindani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Vaturena Mandalena Taruna Vimandita Premanada Vaishnavad Vardhanaya Pandita Urmidor Vilasa Padmanava Paramandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Ramyatira Rambamana Gokaramba Bhushita Divyaganda Bhakaramba Pusparaja Bhushita Nanda Suno Bhakta Sangam Sangam Abhinandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Pula Kaksha Mala Kaksha Hansa Laksa Kujita Bhakti Veda Deva Sid Kinerali Pujita Tira Ganda Vaha Ganda Janma Banda Randani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Next line. I can't see without my glasses. Next line. Chidvilasavari Pura Purvarasvarapani Kirti Tapi Durmadoro Papa Marmatapani Balavendra Nanda Raga Banga Gandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Mam Punattu Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani Tusta Buddhi Rastakena Nirmitorma Chestitam Twamananya Bhanudeva Savadeva Vestitam Yestaviti Vardavas Sarva Papa Mochani Bhakti Puramasya Deve Pundarika Lochane Bhakti Puramasya Deve Pundarika Lochane Jamuna Maharani ki jai Kalinda Nandani ki jai Kalindi ki jai Bhanu Putri ki jai Kalinda Nandani ki jai Sarvadara Vindabandhu Nandani ki jai. So there's so many beautiful lines that Rupa Goswami has kept here. Tira Madhuri Virapi Sesha Chitta Bandhani. Those who, tira we know means bank, not the ones that are ripping us off, but like the bank of the river. So those who have a desire, who simply desire to live on the bank of Jamuna, then Jamuna enwraps them in all auspiciousness. Mangal Anubandhani. Second line is a beautiful line. Pundarika Mandalojad Andajali Tandava. So Pundarik is also another name for the lotus. So Pundarika Mandal, there's so many lotuses on the Jamuna. We don't see them anymore, but if you have divine vision, you can see. So Mandal means whole group. And Andajali is a little type of bird who likes to, he's called a wagtail in English because his tail always goes like this. And he dances on the mandals of lotuses on the Jamuna. Tira Mandala Tandava, he's doing Tandava, dancing on the lotus flowers. Nanda Antaranga Bhakti Purva Bardani. That special attachment for Nanda Antaranga, that attachment within our hearts for Nanda, Bhakti Purva Bardani. That is always increasing our bhakti. Kanti Kandalibra Indra Nila Vrinda Nindini. Kanti means luster. So her luster, Kanti Kandalibra Indra Nila Vrinda Nandini. Indra Nila means sapphire. Even here it says Indra Nila Vrinda Nindini. We all know Ninda. Just downstairs we saw the poster, Sadhu Ninda, Vaishnava Ninda. This is our favorite one. We just love, oh, did you hear? I saw it on the Sampradaya San Mahabhava. So it says, but that luster of Jamuna, the deep blue luster of Jamuna, sapphire luster of Jamuna, Indra, Nila, Vrinda, even if you have a whole bunch of beautiful sapphires, I just described how beautiful the sapphires are, Nindini. Her beauty is so great, it criticizes the so-called beauty of the sapphires, a whole bunch of sapphires. Kanti Kandalibra, Indra, Nila, Vrinda, Nindini. Urmi Dorvilasa Padmanava Pada Bandhani. Urmi means waves, just like we know Urmila. So Urmi means waves. So the waves on the Jamuna, Urmi Dorvilasa Padmanava Pada, they're like little hands. That Padmanabha, that person whose navel is like a lotus flower, Padmanabha, Pada, his feet, and Bandhani, they're offering prayers. You see those beautiful waves on the Jamuna, they're like little hands that are offering prayers to the lotus feet of Padmanabha. Padmanabha, Pada, Bandhani. And then, Matarena Mandarena, let's see, what is the one I want here? Urmi Dorvilasa Padmanabha Pada Bandhani. Then text number 6, this is my favorite one. Ramya Tira Rambamana Gokadamba Bhushita. We just heard Tira means bank. So Ramya, just like we all know Radha Raman, who loves Radharani, Radha Raman. So Ramya means lovely. Her lovely banks, Ramya Tira Rambamana Go Kadamba. We've been hearing all about the Kadamba trees. So we've learned that they're not just one flower, but a whole ball of flowers. Because in Sanskrit, Kadamba actually means group. That's how the flower got its name. As you'll see, there's also the Bengali Kadamba. They grow very straight. Our Keli Kadamba, Braj Kadambas, they're all crooked and grow very slow. But the Mayapur Kadambas, they grow straight. And they have great big flowers about this big. So Kadamba means group. But here we're not talking about a group of flowers. What does it say? Go Kadamba. And what are those cows doing? Rambamana. You know Rambamana? Rambamana means all those cows are going. Ramyatira Rambamana Gokadamba Bhushita. It's like we know Valadev Vidya Bhushan. Bhushan means ornaments, jewelry. So this is Jamuna's jewelry. Because we know the ladies, they too much like jewelry. So Jamuna is also a lady. She likes jewelry. But her jewelry is little black and white and red and yellowish cows wandering along her banks like a necklace going. Divya Ganda Kadamba Pusparaja Rushita. Now we hear the word Kadamba again, but this time it's talking about the trees. Divya Ganda Bhakadam. Ganda means fragrance. And Divya, almost like English, divine. Divya Ganda, that divine fragrance of those lotus flowers, Divya Ganda Bhakadamba, Pusparaja Rushita. It is flowing in all directions. When you go close to a Kadamba tree in the season, it just finished. All around this beautiful scent is coming. It's just like in Vrindakund, during the season, we make for Giriraj and Vrindadev, we make nice, beautiful Kadamba garlands. And like we were hearing about the bees, all the little bees come. During Pujari is doing Artik and all the bees are buzzing around Vrindadevi's Kadamba garland. And all the way to the back of the temple room. Of course, we don't have a big temple there, but all the way to the back, you can smell the fragrance coming. Then it says, Nanda Suno Bhakta Sangam, Sangam Abhinandani. Nanda Suno means the son of Nanda Maharaj. So like we know Nanda Sutta. This is another one, Nanda Suno. Nanda Suno Bhakta Sangha. Bhakta Sangha means those devotees who were those who are the devotees of the son of Nanda Maharaj. Nanda Suno Bhakta Sangha. Sangam, all of them. Abhinandani. Jamuna is giving them Abhinandan. Abhinandan means welcome. Because early in the morning, some came from this side, some came from that side, some came from over here, some came from the opposite side. They've all come early in the morning to take their baths, and Jamuna is doing their Abhinandan. Nanda Suno Bhakta Sangha, to all the devotees. Sangam Abhinandani. Oh, this is a nice one. Tira Ganda Vaha Ganda Janma Banda Randani. We just heard Ganda means scent. But here it says Gandavaha. Gandavaha means just a whiff. If you get a whiff, a tiny whiff of the breeze coming off of the banks of the Jamuna, Janma Banda Randani. That will destroy the hurdle of death. Birth and death. Janma Banda Randani. Tira Gandava. If you just get a little whiff of the breeze coming from the bank of Jamuna, Janma Banda Randani. Your cycle of birth and death is destroyed. Then, Balavendra under Angaraga Banga Gandani. So we know Ganda means fragrance here. Gandani means to be fragrant. That Balavendra Nandan. Balavendra is Nanda Maharaj. He's the king of all the Brijvasis. Balavendra Nandan and his son, Balavendra Nandan, that's Krishna. Balavendra Nandan Angarag. Angarag means the fragrance of his body. Ang means body, for limbs. The fragrance of his limbs. That Angaraga Banga. Krishna is entering into the waters of the Jamuna. So Bang usually means in the sense of breaking off, so we can understand that the fragrance of Krishna's body is being mixed into the waters of the Jamuna. So she's Gandani, she's fragrant with the Angarag of Balavendra Nandan. So then the last verse, he gives us a blessing that Bhakti Pura Masidevi Pundarika Lochane. That may your bhakti for that Pundarika Lochan, Lochan is another name for eye, that lotus-eyed one, that may your devotion for that lotus-eyed one always increase. Hare Krishna. Srila Rupa Goswami Pada ki, Jamuna Maharani ki.
Hare Krishna. So this was a very beautiful Yamunastakam. I don't know, I feel it's one of the most beautiful ones, giving lots of images of the Yamuna and life around the Yamuna. Very, very beautiful. Thank you, Dinabandhu Prabhu,
No, my pleasure.
for giving us this beautiful explanation of the verses. Everybody, does somebody remember what it means? Mam punatu sarvadara vinda bandhu nandini. Anybody remembers what this means? Yes, okay. Let's see, both here. Yeah. What?
So similarly, this she is actually a bandhu of this sun. Friends, these flowers, not lotus flowers, they glow when sun grows. So they are, the sun is bandhus of lotus flower, and she's the daughter of that sun.
Okay, okay. Good. Okay. So the sun, yes, the sun makes the lotus flowers
Glow.
bloom, bloom. Huh? Yes, they bloom. Prabhu said they smile. They smile when we don't know actually. I don't know what is the consciousness of the lotus flowers. And in the spiritual world, we should remember that each and every form of life is fully conscious. So the lotus flowers, they bloom and they smile, yeah, at the sun. So Mamputatu Sarvadara Vinda Bandhu Nandini. So what was that? She is we offer our obeisances to the Yamuna, who is the daughter of the friend of the lotus flowers. The sun is the friend of the lotus flowers because he makes them bloom, gives them life. So very beautiful. You understand? This is the realm of poetry, where we express things in words which actually give us images and feelings. This is the world of poetry. Good. So let me see, Brajanananda Prabhu, did Nityananda Prabhu arrive? Is he with us? No? So then we will hear something in between until he comes. Okay, we are contacting. We have two of our speakers who will be on the screen, will not be physically present with us. And they're very valuable. We'll be doing some beautiful recitation of. So let us sing something very happily. I'll request Brajanananda Prabhu to put on the screen. We'll sing one poetry before Nityananda Prabhu arrives. We are going to sing, Dravida Prabhu will be singing the Pratama, which means first, the first Sri Kunja Bihari Ashtakam. A very beautiful glorification of Krishna in the forests of Vrindavan. And Srila Rupa Goswami has written two Kunja Bihari Ashtakam. The first one is most commonly known, and this one that we are going to sing is a little less known. So this is 8 prayers glorifying Lord Keshava, who enjoys pastimes in the forest. Bhati means he shines actually. He becomes radiant when he is in the forest. The forests of Vrindavan provide such an atmosphere within which Krishna is always most blissful. Bhati kunje vihari. So let us see. Can you put it on the screen, Prabhu? Dvitiya Kunja Bihari Astakam. Yes, coming? Okay, let us sing. I will start singing. When it comes, you can join in. We can hear the first verse so you can catch the melody. This is also built in even, it's an even meter, so we can follow easily. Aviratarati bandhusmerata bandhurashi kavalita iva radha panga bhangi tarangai mudita vadana chandrashchandrakapidadhari mudira madhura kantir Bhati kunje vihari Datta sushira ghananam nadamanata bhajam Janayati taruninam mandale manditanam Tata bhuvi nataraja kriraya bhanuputrya vidadhada tulachari bhati kunje bihari shikhini kalita shadaje kokile panchamadhe Swayamapi navavam choddamayam grama mukhyam Dhrita mrigamadagandha sushtu gandharatsanyam Tribhuvana dhritihari bhati kunje vihari Anupamakara shakho Taradhangulyuko Laghu laghu kusumanam Paryatan vartikayam Sarabhasamanugita chitrakanthi viruchair Vrajanavayuvati bhati kunje vihari Ahiripukritalase kichakarabdhavadhe Vrajagiri tatarange bringa sangita bhaji Virachita parichayas chitratoryatrikela Stimita karana vrittir Bhati kunde vihari Dishi dishi shukasari Mandalel gudhalila Prakatamanupathabdir Nirmitascharya pura Tadatirahasi vrittam preyasi karnamule Smita mukham abhijalpan bhati kunje vihari Tava chikura kadambham stambhate prechakeki Nayana kamala lakshmir vandate Krishna sara Aliralamalakhantam lauti pashyeti radham Sumadhuramanusamsam bhati kunje vihari Madanatarala bala chakravalena vishva Vividhavarakalanam shikshaya sevyamana Skhalita chikura veshe skandha deshe priyaya Prathita Pritula Pahur Bhakti Kunje Vihari Idamanupamalina Hari Kunje Vihari Smarana Padamadhite Tushta Dhirashtakamya Nija Guna Vrittaya Shri Radharadhitastam Nayati Nija Padabjam Kunja Sattva-dhiraja. So this is a very, very beautiful description. This is Madhurya Bhav, Madhurya Leela. Lord Krishna, it says, is very beautiful. His face always graced by charming, amorous smiles. He looks as if he is being devoured by the waves of Radha's sidelong glances. His jubilant face resembles the moon. His head is decorated with a peacock feather, and his complexion is thus charming as a monsoon cloud. In this way, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the forest of Vrindavan. So then it is explained that he walks on the banks of the Yamuna's shores, and he becomes surrounded by many gopis, and they begin playing instruments. The gopis are the greatest artists, dancers, dressers, instrument players. So they begin playing various instruments, and they have string instruments, drums, wind instruments, and then Krishna becomes the king of dancers, and he enters the arena and he dances in their midst. And as he enjoys these pastimes, he becomes more and more and more beautiful and splendid. He smiles and he casts very beautiful sidelong glances, and he is totally enchanting. And the gopis have him as their center. Then it says that when the peacocks sing the first note of the musical scale, and the cuckoo the fifth, so now what happens is that not only the gopis are playing instruments, but all the birds who are apt at singing very beautifully, they come in and they also start singing along, and they add to this orchestra. So they sing, and at that time, Krishna plays the most beautiful Gandhara melody on his flute, thus destroying the composer of everyone in the three worlds. And at the same time, Krishna is fragrant with musk. With his matchless. So this one here is a very beautiful verse. This describes, so you can see we have been already, we are in the forest of Vrindavan, we are on the banks of the Yamuna, and there is a rasa dance. And the gopis are surrounding Krishna and dancing and playing instruments. Then at some point, we see a different scene. Krishna is wandering away, and he enters a garden, a beautiful garden on the banks of the Yamuna. And as he enters the garden, he catches the peerless, beautiful fingers of Srimati Radharani. So it is described here that Krishna's fingers are so graceful and beautiful, and Radharani's fingers, according to many, are even more splendid and beautiful. And so Krishna's beautiful fingers catch hold of Radharani's fingers, and he pulls her, they enter through a gate, and he pulls her into a garden. And as they enter into the garden, they hear, oh, the gopis are already there, there's some advance party. And they are sitting there, and they are playing instruments, and they are entering, and they are strolling through the garden with the background of this beautiful music. This is very beautiful. Anupamakara shako pattaradhangulyuko. His peerless fingers are catching the fingers of Krishna. And lagu lagu kusumanam. This is a very, very soft scene. Very, very gentle scene. This is Madhurya Rasa. And then it says, Krishna again dances. As Krishna dances in the dancing arena, near the slopes of Govardhan Hill, the peacocks worship him with their own dancing. So sometimes Krishna dances with the gopis, but at other times Krishna dances with the peacocks. Many times he does this when he is with the boys. They imitate all the animals in the forest, and Krishna likes to imitate the peacocks. So the boys, they gather peacock feathers, which it is said this is the offering of the peacocks. They come and they shake their tails and they drop so many beautiful flowers. And they pick all the flowers and they tie them together, and then they tie them in the back with their belt. And they make a peacock tail, right? And then Krishna imitates the peacocks at dancing, and he's shaking the tail and he's dancing, and the boys are clapping and they go, this peacock, he doesn't know how to dance. Krishna is so much better. So sometimes Krishna dances with the peacocks, and the peacocks, they worship Krishna by dancing and by offering their feathers. And the bumblebees with their singing, they are worshiping Krishna. And the bamboos are worshiping him with their instrumental music as they sound in the wind. You know, the bamboos, we know they touch each other in the wind, and we know it generates fire. Usually that's what we know. But it also makes some kind of creaky sound. And when Krishna dances, the bamboos also become part of the orchestra, and they make these sounds. The peacocks are dancing and singing, the bees are humming, the bamboos are making their sound in the wind. So this is very beautiful scene. With his senses completely absorbed in this simultaneous dancing, singing, and instrumental music, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. It is said that when Krishna enters the forest of Vrindavan, his desire to enjoy increases many, many folds. So we go a little further here. There's one or two verses more. By reciting descriptions of the confidential pastimes of Radha and Krishna, flocks of male and female parrots have revealed these pastimes publicly. So what happens is that Radha and Krishna have gone into a beautiful garden, and then they sat together, and Radharani spoke some sweet words to Krishna, and Krishna spoke some sweet words to Radha, and some parrots were perched in the trees, and they heard everything. And you know what the parrots do? They just repeat everything they know. So then what happens is that then the parents go when there are all the devotees, all the gopis, and they repeat everything. Beep, 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 beep. Radharani said, oh my Lord, I miss you so much. And they repeat this publicly. This is not supposed to be known. So they repeat everything. And in this way, they create a wonderful flooding river of nectar. And then Krishna hears the parrots. And now everybody is sitting in an assembly, and the parrots are talking. So everybody becomes aware of what has happened. And Krishna is sitting with Radharani, and he hears the parrots. And to make it worse, he repeats the same in her ear. He whispers the parrot's words in the ear of his beloved. And so imagine, she becomes so shy. So, and then another verse. Krishna very sweetly flatters Radha. Look, seeing your beautiful hair, this peacock has become stunned. So now he's trying to repair the damage. So he said, look at the peacock, He's become stunned just looking at your beautiful hair. How beautiful are your hair. Then this black deer is bowing down to offer respect to the beauty of your lotus eyes, because the eyes of Srimati Radharani defeat the beauty of the eyes of the doe and the deer. And this bumblebee is praising your curling hair, doing bzz, bzz, in circles. She's praising your curling hair. In this way, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the Vrindavan forest. The multitude of gopis who are trembling with amorous desire serve Krishna by instructing him in the various details of the best art, the art of love. Following their expert instructions, he has placed his broad arm on his beloved's shoulders. So some are very expert, excluding Lalita, and they just tell him what to do. Now you place your arm like this on the shoulder of Srimati Radharani. So it says he has placed his broad arm on his beloved's shoulders where her hair has fallen. Because they have been dancing and Radhika's hair have opened up. And so in this way, the Lord shines with great splendor. And then there is a blessing. What is the blessing? These 8 prayers, which are the abode of the remembrance of Kunja Bihari, are very beautiful because they are filled with descriptions of his unparalleled pastimes. Kunja Bihari, who is worshipped by the supremely virtuous Radha and who is the king of the Vrindavan forest, leads the delighted reader of these verses to his lotus feet. So one who hears these beautiful descriptions is led by Krishna himself to his lotus feet. And so these poetries are meant to awaken feelings in our heart. These are these feelings which are going to take us to the lotus feet of Krishna. Jai Shri Kunja Bihari ki jai. Nityananda Prabhu is here? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. Let us see. Let us take darshan. Dinabandhu Prabhu, you are okay. Hari Hari Bol. Dinabandhu Prabhu ki, thank you so much for coming, Prabhu. Please accompany Dinabandhu Prabhu. The lift, yeah, it can work. Yes. There's no light? Oh. All right, so now we are welcoming, you see on the screen here, Nityananda Prabhu, and I must say that we are actually sorry, in one sense, we apologize. He is not well. Yesterday he came down with a fever, but he's enthused by the transcendental energy, and we are very, very grateful that somehow he is appearing on the screen, accompanied by one of his daughters. And Nityananda has 2 daughters. Amazing. And this is what it says in the Bhagavad Gita, that the devotees take birth in the house of transcendentalists. So we have 2 wonderful souls who have taken birth in the house of Nityananda. And he has taught them Sanskrit and singing and poetry and music and dance and everything from the time they just started walking. And so today we give the microphone to our Nityananda Prabhu. He is speaking all the way from Baroda. You have to unmute yourself, maybe.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for inviting me today. And I really felt like taking part. no matter what. So for the pleasure of all the devotees and Rupa Goswami, I chose two beautiful prayers from Stava Mala. One is called Prayer to Shri Govardhanodhara, and another one is Kalia Damanam. So these beautiful prayers, they're actually giving us an insight into some subtleties of these pastimes. And again, more than that, the Sanskrit expression, poetic expressions of these prayers is very, very beautiful. So we can again appreciate Rupa Goswami, his love for his Lord, and how beautifully he expresses it with his transcendental poetry. So I will try my best, as much as my condition allows me, to chant both of them. But in case I feel like dropping down and to rest, so maybe I might chant just one. But hopefully I can get through both of the prayers. Just one more time, can you confirm if the sound is fine, if the voice is audible enough for the audience?
Yes, it's going very well. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. So, okay, let us start. Do the devotees have the text of the Govardhanodhara?
Yes, it is there.
Oh, okay. So let's start with that first.
Sacinandana Prabhu, can you please give this Govardhanodhara?
Jamajamiti varshati stanita vikchakra vikridaya vimushkara vimandale ghanagata virakhandale rarakshadharani dharo dhriti patuh kutumbaniya sadarayatu darunam vrajapurandaraste daram.
May the king of Vraja, who, when Indra covered the sun with clouds and sent great rains, making tumultuous sounds of Jamanjana with the playing of thunder, protected his relatives by lifting a great hill, break apart all your fears.
Okay, and the prayer continues with a very beautiful Sanskrit meter, which is called Bhujanga Prayata, and it is actually the same meter on which Damodarashtakam is composed. Mahahetu Vadair Vidirnendrayagam Giribrahmanopasti Vistirnaragam Sapadyeka Yukti Kritabhira Vargam Purodatta Govardhanakshma Bridargham.
O Lord, who, by speaking with great logic, stepped on the Indra Yagnya, the Indra Yagnya, who is very attached to worshipping the Brahmanas and Govardhana hill, who convinced the cowherd men in a moment, who at once began the worship of Govardhana hill.
Triyang Shang Sinibhir Dalotang Sinibhir Virajat Patadhi Kumari Gatadhi Stavadhi Kumarai Ratisparatarai Sahavya Kirantam Prasunair Dharantam.
Who, along with the gopis girls, speaking words of praise and dressed in splendid garments and crowns of flower petals, and also along with the gopa boys, loudly speaking many prayers, showered flowers on the hill.
Giristhula dehena bhuktopaharam varashreni santoshitabhiradaram samuttunga shringavali baddhachailam kramat priyamanam parikramya shailam.
Who assumed a form as large as a mountain and ate the offered foodstuffs, who pleased the gopis by fulfilling all their desires, who decorated the hill's peaks with many flags, who pleased the hill by circumambulating it.
मखध्वंस संरम्भतः स्वर्गनाथे समन्तात् किलारभ्य गोष्ठा प्रमाथे मुहुर्वर्षति छन्न दिक्चक्रवाले सदम्भोलि निर्घोषमम्भोदजाले मुहुर्वृष्टिखिन्नां परित्रासभिन्नां व्रजेश प्रधानं तटिं बाल्लवानां विलोक्याप्तशीताङ्गवालीं च भीतां कृपाभिः समुन्नं सुहृत्प्रेमनुन्नम् ततः सव्यहस्तेन हस्तीन्द्रखेलम् समुद्धृत्य गोवर्धनं सावहेलम् अदभ्रं तमभ्रं लिहं शैलराजम् मुदा बिभ्रतं बिभ्रमज्जन्तु भाजम्.
Who, when because of the Indra Yajna was stopped, the king of Swarg filled the horizons with thundering clouds, showering rain to destroy Vraja. You saw Nanda and the other Gopas, distressed by the constant rain and broken with fear, and the cows cold and frightened. Then, impelled by love for your friends and melting with compassion, with your left hand, to everyone's astonishment, like a playful regal elephant, casually and happily lifted and continued to hold Govardhana Hill, the great regal mountain that licks the sky.
Skyscraper, transcendental skyscraper. Pravrishtasि matah kathang shokabhare परिभ्राजमाने सुते मय्युदारे अभूवन् भवन्तो विनष्टोपसर्गा न चित्ते विदत्ता भ्रमं बन्धुवर्गा.
Who said, "O mother, why are you unhappy when your son is noble and generous? Friends, your troubles are over. Have no doubt in your heart."
हतातावतीतिर्विधेया न भीति कृतेयं विशाला मया शैलशाला तदस्यां प्रहर्षादवज्ञातवर्षा विहस्यामरेशं कुरुध्वं प्रवेशम्.
These troubles are over. Do not be afraid. I have now made this hill into a giant house. Don't take this rain seriously. Laugh at Indra and enter here.
इति स्वैरमाश्वासितैर्गोपवृन्दैः परानन्दसन्दीपितास्यारविन्दैः गिरेर्गात्रमासाद्य हर्म्योपमानम् चिरेणातिकृष्टैः परिष्टूयमानम्.
Who again and again, glorified by the Gopas, as, with lotus faces, glowing with transcendental happiness, and breathing a sigh of relief, they entered the palace-like cavity under the hill.
गिरीन्द्रं गुरुं कोमले पञ्चशाखे कथं हन्त धत्ते सखाते विशाखे पुरस्तादमुं प्रेक्ष्य चिन्तयेदम् मुहुर्मामकीनां मनोयाति भेदम्.
About whom Shri Radha said, "Vishakha, how is it that your friend is now holding the great heavy mountain on his delicate 5 fingers? When I see him in this way, my mind splits with anxiety."
स्तनद्भिः कठोरे घनैर्ध्वान्तघोरे भ्रमद्वातमाले हताशेत्रकाले घनस्पर्शिकूटं वहन्नन्नकूटं कथं स्यान्नकान्तः सरोजाक्षितान्तः.
O lotus-eyed one, how is it that at this time, when the directions are darkened with terrible thundering clouds and garlanded with hurricane winds, my lover does not feel tired by lifting this great hill, which has just eaten so many offerings of food, and which has many tall peaks that touch the sky?
न तिष्ठन्ति गोष्ठे कठोराङ्गदण्डा कियन्तोऽत्र गोपाः समन्तात् प्रचण्डा शिरीषा प्रसूनावलीसौ कुमर्ये धृता धूरियं भूरिरस्मिन् किमार्ये.
In Vraja, are there not many powerful Gopamen, their bodies hard with muscles? O noble lady, why should the heavy shaking hill be held by someone as delicate as a host of Shirishya flowers?
गिरेतात गोवर्धन प्रार्थनेयम् वपुस्तूलनालीलघिष्ठं विधेयम् भवन्तं यथा धारयन्नेष हस्ते न धत्ते श्रमं मङ्गलात्मन् नमस्ते.
O Father Govardhana, I pray to you, please become as light as a big kadamba flower, so he will not become tired as he holds you in his hand. O auspicious one, I bow down and offer my respectful obeisances to you.
भ्रमत्कुन्तलान्तस्मितद्योतकान्तम् लसद्गण्डशोभं कृताशेषलोभम् स्फुरन्नेत्रलास्यं मुरारे स्वमास्यम् वराकूटशाली स्फुटं लोकयाली.
O sincere and noble friend, please gaze now at Murari's face, splendid with a smile at the edge of its moving locks of hair, with glistening cheeks and the dancing of glittering eyes, and deeply in love with us all.
निपीयेति राधा लतावाङ्मरन्दम् वरप्रेम सौरभ्यपूरादमन्दम् दधानं मदं भृङ्गवत्तुङ्गकूजम् वराङ्गी चलापङ्गभङ्गाप्तपूजम्.
Who became like an intoxicated, loudly humming black bee, drinking from the flowering vine of Radha's voice, this honey, which was sweeter than the flood of the rest of the fragrance of purest love, who was worshipped by the waves of beautiful Radha's restless, sidelong glances.
कथं नामदध्यात् क्षुधाक्षामतुन्द शिशुर्मे गरिष्ठं गिरीन्द्रं मुकुन्द तदेतस्य तुण्डे हठादर्पयारम् प्रजाधीश दध्नाचितं खण्डसारम्.
About whom Mother Yashoda said, "How can my boy Mukunda hold up this heavy king of hills when his stomach has become so thin with hunger? O king of Vraja, you must force him to eat by putting this sweetened yogurt in his mouth."
महाभारनिष्ठे स्थिते ते कनिष्ठे लभे वत्सनीलाम्बरोद्दामपीडाम् अवष्टभ्य सत्वं तदस्मै बलत्वं ददस्वाविलम्बं स्वहस्तावलम्बम्.
O Nilambara Balaram, I am pained now that your younger brother is holding up this great burden. Show your strength, lend him a hand.
इति स्निग्धवर्णं समाकर्णयन्तम् गिरं मातुरेण च निर्वर्णयन्तम् कनिष्ठाङ्गुलिशृङ्गविन्यस्तगोत्रम् परिप्रीणितव्यग्रगोपालगोत्रम्.
Who, hearing these affectionate words from his mother and glancing at her, by casually shifting the heel to the tip of the little finger and holding it with bravado, pacified the worried Gopas.
अमीभिः प्रभावैः कुतो भूदकुण्ठ शिशुर्धूलिकेली पटुः क्षीरकण्ठा बिभर्त्यद्य सप्ताब्दिको भूरिभारम् गिरिण्यच्चिरादेश कैलाससारम्.
About whom the Gopas said, "How did this 7-year-old boy, who still plays in the dust and who still practically has his mother's milk in his throat, get the power to lift for so long this hill heavier than Mount Kailash?"
न शङ्खाधर भ्रंशने स्माकमस्मान् न खाग्रे सहेलं वहत्येष यस्मात् गिरिर्दिक्करीन्द्राग्रहस्ते धरावाद् भुजे पश्यतास्य स्फुरत्यद्यतावत्.
Because he holds it on the tip of his finger with such casual playfulness, we do not fear the hill will fall. Look, the hill in his hand is like the earth at the end of the trunk of the regal elephants that hold up the directions.
इति स्फारतारेक्षणैर्मुक्तभोगैर् व्रजेन्द्रेण सार्धं धृतप्रीतियोगैः मूर्बल्लवैर्दीक्षमाणास्य चन्द्रम् पुरः सप्तरात्रान्तरत्यक्ततन्द्रम्.
On the moon, of whose face King Nanda and the Gopas, who had completely given up eating and who were full of transcendental love, gazed with the great stars of wide open eyes, who gave up sleeping for 7 nighs.
तडिद्दामकीर्णान् समीरैरुदीर्णान् विसृष्टाम्बुधारान् धनुर्यष्टिहारान् त्रिणीकृत्य घोरान् सहस्रांशुचौरान् दुरान्तोरुशब्दान् कृतावज्ञमब्दान्.
Who mocked Indra's terrible lightning-filled, sun-eclipsing, ferociously thundering clouds, propelled by hurricane winds and garlanded with rainbows.
अहङ्कारपङ्कावलीलुप्तदृष्टेर् व्रजेशावधिष्ठं प्रणीतोरुवृष्टे बलारेश्च दुर्मानितां विस्फुरन्तम् निराकृत्य दुष्टालिदण्डे दुरन्तम्.
Who drove away the false pride of blinded with the mud of ego, rain-sending Indra, who restored prosperity to Vraja, who shows no limit in punishing the wicked.
विसृष्टोरुनीरा सजञ्जा समीरास् तडिद्भिः करालाययुर्मेघमाला रविश्चाम्बरान्तर्विभात्येष शान्ता कृतानन्दपूर बहिर्यातशूरा.
Who said, the great rains, the hurricane winds, making sounds of jhanja, the lightning, and the terrible garlands of clouds have all gone. The sun peacefully shines in the sky. O heroes flooded with bliss, now you may all go outside.
इति प्रोच निस्सारितज्ञातिवारम् यथा पूर्वविन्यस्तशैलेन्द्रभारम् दधिक्षीरलाजाङ्कुरैर्भाविनीभिर्मुदा कीर्यमाणं यशस्ताविनीभिः.
Who after speaking these words made your kinsmen go out, who placed the great hill where it was before, and whom the beautiful gopis showered with milk, yogurt, grains, and sprouts.
वयं हन्त गोविन्द सौन्दर्यवन्तम् नमस्कुर्महे शर्म हेतोर्भवन्तम् वयि स्पष्टनिष्ठ्यूत भूयश्चिदिन्दुम् मुदा नः प्रसादी कुरु प्रेम बिन्दुम्.
O handsome Lord Govinda, we happily bow down to offer our respects to you. Please be kind and give us a drop of pure love that completely eclipses the moon of non-devotional philosophy.
क्षुभ्यद्दम्भोलि जृम्भोत्तरलघन घटारम्भ गम्भीर कर्मा निष्टम्भोजम्भायवरी गिरिधृति चटुलात् विक्रमाद्येन चक्रे तन्वानिन्दन्तमिन्दीवरदल बलभीनन्ददिन्दीन्दराभाम् तं गोविन्दाद्य नन्दालय शशिवदनानन्द वन्दे महित्वाम्.
O Lord, who by strongly lifting Govardhana hill humbled Indra, who shook his thunderbolt and sent many terrible clouds. O Lord, who with your transcendental form eclipses the splendor of swarms of black bees, delighted by palace roofs decorated with blue lotus petals. O Lord Govinda, O bliss of Nanda's house, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you.
Shri Govardhan Dhari, Shri Krishna Ki Jai. So this was Govardhanodhara. I remember first time reading this prayer when I was a brahmachari, maybe around 15 years ago. I was going by train somewhere, and I was really impressed by the beauty of this prayer. And so this is the first time I have a chance to chant it for the devotees. So I think I've been energized by Krishna's strength, and I think we can go forwards and chant Kalia Damanam, which is a very special pastime of Krishna defeating Kalia, not killing him. So let us chant that as well. So maybe it's a kind of a Kalia pastime. It's very much connected to Krishna's dancing, actually, on the hoods of Kalia. So maybe if if devotees can follow along and we chant together the Sanskrit, which will start from the verse 2. First, verse 1 is an introduction, a prayer, and then there will be one. And then the actual description of the pastime will commence, and it's composed in a meter which is very rhythmical. So maybe if you can even clap along, and I hope internet connection will not lag for that. So we do it all together. So let us chant the first intro verse, and then we can just do the all together chanting along with clapping. So let us chant the first introductory prayer. Kaliyasya panaratna kuttimam kuttayan padasaroja ghattanai mangalani vitanotu tandave panditastava shikhanda shekhara.
May Lord Krishna, who wears a peacock feather crown and is the expert dancer, who with his lotus feet kick the jeweled hoods of Kalia, grant auspiciousness to you.
So whenever you feel like it, you please join, and that would be the beat. Very simple. Jagadvinashi sangamam garutmata gajangamam ujanga mandali padam patanga nandini hradam Vishagni dagdhanirajam nirikshatasya tirajam mudadhiruhya darpata kadamba mugra sarpata.
O Lord, who seeing that lake of the Yamuna was filled with snakes and burning with virulent poison, and seeing that every living thing approaching the lake met death, and even the bird Garuda could not approach it, cheerfully and proudly climbed a kadamba tree growing on the shore and
Shanada Shankitastata Patan Guru Samantata Payo Vikirnavanalam Parijvaladishanalam Dhanushate Satangatir Bujodhatam Busanghati Karala Drishti Darunair Panairmani Prabharunair.
Unafraid of the poisonous snake, dove into the water, making a great splash in the water burning with poison. O Lord, who made a great tidal wave running for 400 cubits, O goal of the devotees, O Lord, who violently splashed the water with your powerful arms, O Lord, who made a great sound, O Lord, who were at once surrounded by the fearful and cruel eyes on the red jeweled hoods of the angry Kalia snake serpent.
Yutena lokadahina vinadya kaliyahina Rushodbhatena veshtita prapanna bala cheshtita Tatodbhutavalokata sametya tivra shokatas Tanuskhalat patalibhir mahartanada shalibhir Balopadesha saratas tadahridavatārata Shanair nivritta lalasir muhur vyathakulalasai Sadara vriddha balakai samastadhenu palakair Vilokita smitanana kritora gama manana.
Who was ready to set the world on fire. O Lord, who enjoys the pastimes of a child. O Lord, who smiled when you became trapped in the serpent's coils. O Lord, whose smiling face was gazed upon by the cowherd men, their wives, children, and elders, who suffered such sharp pain when they saw the wonderful serpent that their garments were beginning to slip from their bodies, who were crying loudly in anguish, who wanted to also dive into the lake, but were stopped by the words of Balarama, who became stunned and motionless.
Pranunna bhogarodhana suhridganadhichodana Shritanda jendra vibhrama spuratkarala vikrama Swamurdharatna pinjaram nirasya naga kunjaram Plutena tasya rangata pananganeshu sangata.
O Lord, who expanded within the grip of the serpent's coils. O Lord, who removed the anguish of your friends. O Lord, became like Garuda. O Lord, who displayed terrible power. O Lord, who broke free of the serpent's grip, happily jumped on its red jeweled heads, and enjoyed there a great festival of transcendental dancing.
Pranita divyanartana kritotsavanuvardhana Prasuna vrindavarshibhi kalardhanena harshibhi Sapadma bhupinakibhi nabhasya nalpanakibhi Stuto vichitra balaka sulasya taschalalaka.
O wonderful boy, whose locks of hair moved as he gracefully danced. O Lord, glorified by Brahma, Shiva, and all the demigods in the sky who, happy to see you, the demon crushed, showered you with flowers and glorified you with many prayers.
Sakisvabalya chanchalam paribhramadriganchalam Sushobhananga harakam bhujanga darpadarakam Pranita divya hastakam vilasakam pimastakam Vikasi hasya korakam vilolakantha dorakam Rasadamum samagrata sputang natantamagrata Sutam vilokayadhunatmamikshane sadhuna Rajeshwariti yoshitam giram pramoda goshitam Nishamya labdha modaya vilokito yashodaya.
O Lord, who was gazed at by Yashoda, who became very happy to hear the women joyfully say, O friend, take a good look now at your son, who has all the restlessness of childhood, who glances from the corners of his moving eyes, who is so handsome that he enchants and eclipses the god of love, who is now breaking the great pride of this serpent, whose transcendental hand is now raised in the air, who playfully moves his head from side to side, whose budding smile is now beginning to blossom, whose necklace moves to and fro, and who, out of love for you, is now dancing before you, O Queen of Vrindavan.
Kala pramardane khara shriyahyananga shekhara Panavraje muhupluta panavati ganaistutas Tadati dakshinashaya panishvare kritabhaya Kshanadamubhirarchita Parardya Gandha Charchita.
O Lord, who fiercely crushed the demon, O Lord, who with transcendental handsomeness are the crown of the God of love, O Lord, who again and again jumped from one serpent's hood to another, O Lord, who were prayed to by the serpent's many wives, O Lord, who are very kind and gentle at heart, O Lord, who are quickly and joyfully worshipped by the serpent's wives, O Lord, who are anointed by them with many fragrant substances.
Shruti Prasakta Kairava Pranivrajeshva Bhairava Svabandhu Vrindanandana Kritarya Pada Vandana Praharshato Vilambaya Vichumbitaspamambaya Jaya Prabho Kripanidhe Vilasaratna Varidhe Natarti Pura Shatana Prasida Me Sanatana.
O Lord, who wears a white lotus in your ear, O Lord, who were very kind to the serpents, O Lord, who delights your friends and relatives, O Lord, who bows down before the feet of your elders, O Lord, whom your mother joyfully kissed without delay, O Lord, O ocean of mercy, O treasury of the precious jewels of transcendental pastimes, O Lord, who stopped any flood of distresses from approaching your surrendered devotees, O eternal Lord, please be kind and compassionate to me.
Kalia Daman Shri Krishna ki jai. So once again, I express my gratitude to Prashanta Mataji and VIHE to invite us and engage us in this service today. I hope this chanting was inspired your hearts, and you will revisit these prayers every now and then. And yeah, Hare Krishna, thank you again to all the devotees for having us with you today.
Sacinandana Prabhu, I'm grateful from our side that you made it to sing these two beautiful prayers. Did we like it, devotees? It was very, very beautiful. And when we can sing along, it is even more beautiful. We get involved and we get a taste for this Sanskrit rhythm. And you can see how the Sanskrit language is expressing so many beautiful ideas, so many beautiful images are coming to the mind. And we got to know so many secret things that happened in the Govardhan Hill that we didn't know, right? Things that were taking place. So these are some kind of commentaries also on the pastimes. It's a poetical commentary on the pastimes. So beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Nityananda. And who is the girl next to you?
Nayanamani.
What was that?
You're asking about
yeah, the
Nayanamani.
other who was reading. What's her name?
Nayanamani.
Nayanamani. Wow. Nayanamani. Okay. Oh, jewel-eyed one, right? So thank you very much to Nayanamani, and thank you to Nityananda Prabhu. Hari Hari Bol. And we wish you a very, very prompt recovery. And see you again very soon. Hare Krishna. So now let me ask our operators there. Is it a yes or a no? There is a yes. Now we are going to welcome, yes, here he is the master of all. Our original master from whom we learned these verses and this type of singing, and we got the taste. So here is His Grace Dvija Prabhu, all the way from California. It is around 5 o'clock in the morning. He just came back from Mangalarti, and he's going to delight us with his recitations. Welcome, Dvija Prabhu. Welcome, welcome.
Hare Krishna. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, very well. Very
Okay, all right. I'm not so good with the technicalities. So before I begin, I'd like to thank Prashanta Mataji for inviting me once again to this wonderful Rupotsava, Rupa's festival, disappearance festival. It's one of the most enlivening times in my devotional year, and I hope the technicalities work, because I'm not an expert at this, but so far so good. Now I'd like to share my screen. Let's see if that works. Okay. Uh-oh, but I don't see the poem. All right. Just give me a second here. Oops. Blindsided by this. Okay. Let's see. Ah, this looks good. Okay. Just give me a second. I'm sorry about the technicalities. Ah. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. So should I try to share that screen now? Let's see what happens.
yes.
Okay, here we go. Can you read that? Can everyone see poeticized verses by Sri Rupa Goswami?
Yes. Now, one thing that
Okay.
I did not tell you, or maybe I said it before some other day, is that Dvija Prabhu is himself a poet. So what he has done is, you see, we were reading various translations, but what we are going to hear now is his own translations, as he's a Sanskrit person. So he has translated these ashtakas, not just translated, he has put them in English poetry. So be delighted.
All right, now the next thing, I want to put a little bit of tambura sound behind, and let me see how this works. Can you hear it okay? Shanta?
Yes, we hear. Yes.
Okay, all right. Not too loud, not too soft. Okay. All right, here we go. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Asyacha Desatarine. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Om. I bow to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, whose mission is to teach the art of purely serving God. To Krishna, no one on this earth can be more dear than he, for at Shri Krishna's lotus feet he dwells eternally. Obeisance to you, O prime disciple of your Lord, Sri Saraswati Thakur, wielder of the preaching sword. By preaching Lord Chaitanya's words, you've saved the Western lands from voidism, impersonalist creeds, and all such shams. Yeah. Here we go. So we begin with the third Chaitanyastika from Rupa Goswami's Stava Mala. Pasatapadambuchas Twamadolakta Rudradibi Padapurushotamam Padamadabra Mudrajitaha Samastanata Mandalis Pudadabishta Kalpa Drumam Shati Sutamahi Prabho Pudamukunda Mande Kripam. Your lotus feet are worshipped by the multitude of gods, beginning with Lord Shiva, in whose heart devotion throbs. You've made Lord Jagannath's great city by the sea your home, and there you shine with splendor as in ecstasy you roam. For all your loving devotees who beam like many moons, you are a wish-fulfilling tree, bestowing endless boons. O Lord Chaitanya, Shimokunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Varni hitamishate, Pudutaravatara hita, Bhavantamudabudhayo, Nakadasava bhaumadayaha. Gado Bhavatu Tattaka Bhatarato Namaste Param Shati Sutamahi Prabhu Pudamukanda Mande Kripam Shripad Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya never finds the limits of your glories, what to speak of lesser minds. Even Lord Ananta and your other incarnations find their power to extol you, fraught with limitations. Your vast intelligence will surely never know defeat. I humbly bow before you, I most earnestly entreat, O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Nayat katamapi sutta Upanishadvarapyahitam Swayam chavivatam nayad Kudutaravatarantare Chipannasira sambude Tadaya bhakti ratnam chito Usati sutamahi prabho Pudamukandamande kritam. The glorious Upanishads had kept a secret seal. By them the gem of pure devotion never was revealed. Nor did your most exalted incarnation show that jewel, for only you yourself could bring about the great renewal of Krishna Bhakti. And behold, you've reached your lotus hand into the nectar sea and cast that gem upon this land. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Nija pranaya vispura, natanaranga vismapita, trineta natamandala, paktatano ragambita, ahankati kalankito, datajanarido borahe, ashati sutamai prabho, pudamukanda mande kripam. Overwhelmed with love of Krishna, who is none but you, you dance ecstatically, astounding three-eyed Lord Shambhu. To all your humble devotees you gladly manifest the nectar of devotion. They feel infinitely blessed. The proud and egotistical can never know your glories. To them accounts of your great deeds are just so many stories. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Nija pranaya vispuram, natanaranga vismapitam, Trineta natamandala, pakatitana ragamita. Aham pratikalankito, datajanari durborehe, Vishati sutamayi prabho, Pudamukanda mande kripam. Overwhelmed with love of Krishna, who is none but you, you dance ecstatically, astounding three-eyed Lord Shambhu. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. To all your humble devotees, you gladly manifest the nectar of devotion. They feel infinitely blessed. The proud and egotistical can never know your glories. To them accounts of your great deeds are just so many stories. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, you shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Pavandi bhavaye nara, kalata duskalo patrayas, samudnadasitanapi, patutacharu karunyataha. Iti pramudatantara, shadanamashitastvamaham, Shachi sutamahi prabho, kurumukunda mande kripam. Even low-born sinful souls entrapped in Kali's age, suffering uncounted pains that no one can assuage, are instantly delivered when you kindly seek them out and flood them with your splendid mercy, making bhakti sprout. And so with heart rejoicing at your mercy's endless store, I take full shelter of your lotus feet and then implore, O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Mukamutapadiskalam, Vidulavan Madhuli Rasa, the Sangha Janitakila, Pranata Bringaram Gotkaram, Samasta Janamangala, Prabhavanama Ratnam Bude, Ashati Sutamahi Prabhu, Padumukunda Mande Kripam. Trickling from your lotus mouth, the honey nectar stream of your pure words enlightens all and showers bliss supreme upon the humble bumblebees who are your devotees. What use to them are dry philosophies, austerities. You are an ocean full of gems, the holy names which bless all people on this planet with supreme auspiciousness. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Dham Kamaradana, Udananindra Padmekshana, Smita Sundara, Tadavisham Kitoras Tata, Ujoda Dabujangama, Baba Manoja Koti Dute, Shati Sutamai Prabhu, Padamukunda Mande Kripan. The beauty of your face defeats the full moon's soothing glow. From full-blown lotus petal eyes your loving glances flow. Like clusters of your gentle smiles, your lovely lips are graced. Your chest is broad, your arms are like two glorious upraised snakes. Your handsome form defeats 100 million Kamadevs, and best of all, your mercy floods this world in endless waves. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, and shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Udanka Motodanana, Udananindra Padmekshana, Smita Stabaka Sundara, the Divishankatoras Tata, Ujoga the Bajangama, Babamanoja Koti Vite, Ashati Sutamahi Prabhu, Pudumukundamande Kripan. The beauty of your face defeats the full moon's soothing glow. From full-blown lotus petal eyes, your loving glances flow. Like clusters of your gentle smiles, your lovely lips are graced. Your chest is broad, your arms are like two glorious upraised snakes. Your handsome form defeats 100 million Kamadevs, and best of all, your mercy floods this world in endless waves. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, and shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Aham Kanakaketaki, Kusuma Goda Dushtakshita, Dosha Lavadarshita, Dibida Dosha Purne Pite, Atak Pravanaya Diya, Kripana Vatsalat Vambaje, Shati Sutamahi Pabo, Akudumukunda Mande Kripan. O Lord, His splendor calls to mind the golden daffodil. I am the lowest sinner in this world of sinners. Still you overlook the faults of one whose faults are like an ocean, and bless him with the strength to practice unalloyed devotion. With this in mind, O Lord, who are most kind to fallen souls, I ask you with a humble heart, devoid of mundane goals. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Idam dadani mandalo sabhavat padangeshu ye, Vishtamanasorana Nara Patipatanti Padyashtakam Sachi Vidyanandana Pakata Kirti Chandra Prabhu Ija Praniya Nirbharam Vitada Devatevyak Shubham. O festival of happiness for all this world and woe, O Lord, who caused this joy in Shakti's heart to overflow, O fulgent moon whose glow is your unending spotless fame, O Bhagavan, whose mission is to spread your holy name, O Sri Chaitanya Chandra, kindly grant this one request. May those who read these verses, feeling purified and blessed, while deeply contemplating your exquisite lotus feet, attain pure love for you and make their blessed lives complete. For Premanande. Now, the first Kunja Vihara Ashtaka, 8-verse poem about the Lord who plays in Vrindavan forest. Indranil Mani Mandala Vana Pullani Pakasamanchitakana Krishna Lambada Kashora Sihari Sundaro Jayat Kunja Bihari. His smooth complexion conquers sapphire stunning to the eye. Kadamba blooms with fragrance full on each ear gently lie. His beauty's great and by his chest where Gunja necklace stays. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Radhika Padana Chandra Chakora Sarvabala Babadudati Chora Chachari Chaturatam Chitachari Charuto Jayat Kunja Bihari. Chakora longing for the moon of Radha's radiant face. Thief purloining patience from the cowherd's wives apace. His expert rhythmic dancing, winning all the gopis' praise. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan forest plays. Sarvatok Patila Kalakapara, once the name of Vrindavana Bhagavan, Koshtarakshan Nakategi Dhari, Ilya, Jayat Kunja Bihari. When Indra's sacrifice he stopped, he stole the Deva's pride, while playfully uplifting Giri Govardhan to hide. His friends encowed beneath a hill for 7 nights and days. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan forest plays. Ragamandala Vadushta Vamshi, Timbramaina Madanosa Vishamshi, Stuyamana Chaditakshakashari, Shri Jayat Kunya Bihari. Heartwarming, warming melodies adorn his flute which sings of Cupid's fest to him unending happiness it brings. The parrot pair his loving pastimes never tire to praise. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan forest plays. Shatkum the Jihad of the Kula, Cake Chanda Kavaraj of the Chula, Namna Yoga Namasan Bhajanari, Ranjano, Jayat Kunja Bihari. His glistening silken garments steal the glow by gold possessed. His crown of perfect peacock plumes defeats all other crests. Vrindavan radiant girls rejoice to see his loving ways. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Sastaki Putastagandi Patira, Swanakanti Padishobi Katira, Radikola the Bayola Ravadi, Kunjaro, Chayat Kunja Bihari. Whose fragrant sandal paste anoints his limbs of bluish hue. A golden belt adorns his handsome waist. He's likened to an elephant bound by the ropes of Radha's winning ways. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan forest plays. For the dark till the close of the bhala, hey the chanchalita champakamala, Bandikanda Vigahesha Bisadi Subhavam, Jayati Kunja Bihari. His forehead glows with golden tilak skillfully applied. His playful pastime swing his champa garland side to side. He meets the gorgeous gopis for their rendezvous in caves. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan forest plays. Vibramota Bibikantana Richa Chip the Gopalavanaga Kucha Prema Mata Visabhami Kamari Nagaro Jayat Kunja Bihari. Their work ignored, the coward's wives are nearly paralyzed. Dancing glances strike him from the corners of his eyes. Ecstatic heroes setting love-mad Radha's heart ablaze. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan forest plays. Ashtakam Madhukunda Bihari, Vidya Patapayakila Hari. Satpriyati Villa Satpada Bhagam Tasapara. Bhagam. Pastime that the Lord enjoys in Braja's sylvan bowers, enhance his octave's beauty and pour forth pure nectar showers. Whoever reads these verses soon acquires saintly traits, and serves at lustrous lotus feet with love that ne'er abates. Oh, Premanandi, Hari Hari.
Haribol! All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan forest plains.
Now comes Govinda Virodavali number 59. This has a special quality to it. Every word begins with M. It's a master class in literation on a prash.
You hear what he said?
Mother Day.
Begins
Sorry? Mother Day Shamadudi Mayamada Mamadin Matalika Mubha Mamamana Namoha Namadama Dayamanaso Mahamohan. O Master of Mathura, lovely Lord of Goddess Shri, you play such maddening melodies upon your Murali. O Cupid's charmer, please redeem a life till now misspent, by joyfully destroying my extreme bewilderment. And then comes Lila Chanda 4. Lila Chanda is a wonderful summary of Rupa Goswami of Krishna Vrindavana Lila. This is one of the introductory verses. Mulokata Vidayadi Bhavapado Krishnan Yatrishnakshayat Kelad Bhimani Chakravaka Nichayaracham Yamanamu Kananandikalasvana Vahatame Jivatati Prangane Gonat Tungata Sabalista Bhakatapi Usakalolini. Words that tell of your glorious deeds are a river of nectar, O Lord of my heart. And from those who drink deep at that river, desires for other words quickly depart. Sages they are, chakravaka birds playing. Those who drink at the river talks about you, uprooting the huge tree of death and rebirth, that river their faith ever freshens anew. Waves turn that river, exchanges of love, as you sport with your dear ones, your pure devotees. Bubbling and rippling and murmuring sweetly, that stream delights all with divine melodies. O Krishna, O fount of sweet nectarous pastimes, O you whose great deeds should be heard and then sung. May the river of poetry, lending your glories, flow into my heart and then over my tongue. And then he begins reciting the pastimes of Krishna. Every pastime has its own meter. One of these days before I pass away, I should put the whole thing into poetry. So this is another selection from Lila Chanda about Krishna's flute song. Jagadunna madudi dudi namaduna mandana mindada durapa mamatash badan vadanta katvan murali nad sudaduni dunidam. The flute sends forth a flood of nectar sound, the river where the sweetest sweetness lies. Indeed, no better beverage can be found, yet even Shri can't drink it, though she tries. Will Krishna kindly hear this desperate plea from one now deep in misery immersed? Please let my ears drink in that melody, so that my heart may slake its burning thirst. Now here's one from the Govinda Virudavali, another incredible poem by Rupa Goswami, actually a series of verses. By the way, for those of you who have the database, both the Govinda Virudavali and the Lila Chanda are there in the database if you search for them. Avatang Satamanga Mandare, Kabune Ne Chatakola Pandare, Navakunkama Punda Pindare, Atarasta Mamagopa Kundare. Delightful blooms adorn your ears. Delightful blooms adorn his ears, whose charm and beauty none can gauge. The gopi's eyes can no more leave his form than birds can leave a cage. With kumkum spread upon his limbs, a fair complexion he enjoys. I pray my heart will fill with love for Krishna, best of cowherd boys. So here's Govinda Virudavali 28. Smitaduti Makadanda Syandi Bhattara Vindam Gavaputa Padahansan Vishtagandham Mukunda Viruchita Pashupali Netrasaranga Namadadiyatadagi Sangamangi Karotu. From the lotus of your face, dear Lord, trickles forth the luscious nectar of the beauty of your smile. Your exalted devotees, great swans, seek the fragrance of that lotus, which does ere their hearts beguile. Your beloved gopis' eyes, mad bees, taste the most exquisite pleasure in that lotus of your face. O my dear Mukunda Dev, I pray, may the lake of my poor heart be by that lotus ever graced. Hare Krishna. And this is another one from Lila Chanda, trying to get out of the deep well of the material world. Fallen in this, Manasiddhapani Drishte, Labdhapatos Vidushte, Timalagahana Rupe, Hanta Sansara Kupe, Ajitanakala Raksha Hetu Mundara Daksham, Upanaya Mama Haste, Bhakti Rajun Namaste. Fallen in this deep and dark and dirty well of Maya, threatened by the snake of lust, whose venom burns like fire. Helplessly I pray, O Lord, whose strength is ne'er in doubt, place the rope of bhakti in my hands and pull me out. And of course, what do we have to do in this experience. We simply have to hold on to that rope by strictly practicing devotional service. Now, this is 8 verses about glorification of Lalita Sati, and I vividly remember our trip to Uchagawa, I think was here, and we sang this together. We had a printout of Prashanta's famous outings. Radha Mukunda Padasambhava Karma Bindhu Dirmanchito Dirmanchano Pakadani Patadeha Lakshan Uttum Nasauda Vishesha Bhavat Pragalbham Deving Gunai Sugalitam Lalitam Namami. She wipes away each drop of perspiration on the feet of Radha and Mukunda as they stage their lovers' fight. Imbued with deepest love, she cannot let Shri Krishna cheat Shri Radha, so she ridicules him to his great delight. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Raka Sudha Kedana Mandala Kanti Bandi Tunda Shriyam Chakatachara Chamuru Netram Radha Prasadana Vidham Kalapa Siddham Devim Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. The beauty of her face rebukes the full moon's golden glow, and when she's angry that sweet beauty grows 100-fold. Her eyes resemble those belonging to a frightened doe. For expertise in decorating Radha, she's extolled. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Lasyo lasad bhujagashattu patatta chitram. Pattam sukha badana kanchulitang chitangim. Gorochana ruchibagarhana godimanam. Deving Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. With wondrous colors of a dancing peacock's vivid plumes, her bodice ornaments and silken raiment brightly shine. The fair complexion of her graceful, charming limbs consumes the pride of gold Gorochana, the best of unguents fine. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Dorte Vajendatanaye Tanu Sushtivamyam Madakshina Vavakalankini Lagavaya Radhe Giram Shimuhitam Tishikshayantim Deving Gunan Sulalitam Lalitam Namah. She said, "O Radha, listen carefully for your own good. With skill rebuff advances from Brajendra's crafty son. O dear dishonored friend, if you're submissive, then you would assure he will assume your heart. It can easily be won. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Radha Mabhi Vajapate Kutamatma Jain Kutam Manaka Vivaloka Vilohitakshin Bhag Bangibis Tamachire Nivalajjayantim Devim Gunai Sulalitam Haritam Namani. In Vraja's woods, when Radha and the son of Nanda meet, they wage a blissful gambling match as all their friends look on. But when Shri Lalita sees Shyama Sundar try to cheat, she floods him with her angry insults till his pride is gone. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Vatsalya Vrindavasatim Pashupada Radhya Satyam Shikshava Kalasu Gurum Shikiram Radha Balabada Jajivata Nirvishesham Deving Gunai Subhalitam Haritam Namah. She is the dearmost object of Yashoda's boundless love. She teaches all her friends the arts of friendship for her lords, Shri Radha and Mukunda, whom she values far above her own life. O my friends, her glories far exceed my words. The lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Yam Kamapi Vajakule Vishabhama Priksha Sapaksha Padavin Munurunjamanam Sanjastarishta Gatanena Patati Antim Devim Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. She worked with all her friends to plan a daytime rendezvous of Radha and Mukunda in a lush Kadamba grove. And when she saw Shri Krishna block Shri Radha's path, she knew she'd suddenly achieved the precious goal for which she strove. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Radha Vajendra Sutta Sangama Rangacharya Varyam Nishtavati Makilotsavebhya Tam Gokala Priyasakina Karamba Mukyam Devim Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. Of all Shri Radha's cherished friends, she is the favorite. Indeed, she's Anuradha, she who follows Radha best. When Radha and Mukunda meet for pastimes intimate, she sees their meeting as the greatest joyful nectar fest. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Nandanam, Nandanamuni Lalita Gunalalitani, Panyani Yakpatati Nirmana Drishtharashtav, Pritya Vakarshati Janam Dijavinna Madhye, Tam Kirtida Patikuloja Kalpavalli. A devotee who happily and truly sings this hymn, describing lovely Lalita's extraordinary traits, will win the favor of Shri Radha, who will welcome him with love into the circle of her close associates. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Gopenandi Hari Hari Bol. And now, the Tri Bungi Chanda Stava, 5 verses with an extraordinary rhyme and Yamalajana Bandana Mashata Bandana Sabadam Pashupalu Parandana Mabasita Kunda Nabatishan Madavindakaram but the gob of the dude and the village at the pooj and the Mudukud and the Namame Smadana, the Kachaksha, the Makadabalaksha, the Kanalaksha, the Matidakshataram. You broke the 2 Himalayan trees. You love to delight your pure devotees. You crushed the pride of the Kalia state with your prancing dance in the Yamuna lake. You're the coward's prince and the life and soul. To serve you with love is their only goal. In the caves you meet the gopis fair and enjoy sweet loving pastimes there. You're dashing, clever, and most debonair. Your lotus hands give blessings rare. To worship you again and again is the way of the wives of the cowherd men. When the gopis hear the flute you hold, their passion grows 1,000-fold. In your transcendental form we find astounding traits of every kind. Of amorous joking you're the king, indeed you're skilled at everything. Manatasha the kunjanamamba the pinjanama the kunda the havaminnamakam. Gomanda the dakshana manakata pakshana mati dakshana mamitap sukham. Guru guide to command the mananaya pandit the mavakandit the pudahutamukam. But the come the biroch and the munikisoroch and the goroch and the matitam and the come. You're a host of invincible thunderbolts to protect your dear surrender soul. Your silken clothes glow yellow gold. Your blackish form is stunning to behold. For the elephants of your enemies, you're a lion they fear more and more. Your face defeats the full fall moon. When the gopis gaze at it, they all swoon. O protector of the cows, you're skilled at mimicking the birds' sweet calls and trills. You're full of joy and most sincere. At soothing hearts you have no peer. With colorful mineral pigments fine, you've adorned your limbs with designs sublime. For the lotus of Braj, the nourishing sun, by you mad in the day was outdone. On your forehead golden teal-like clothes, your ruddy nails glow on your fingers and toes. One mother that the Naga shined at the side, with the Daga chill at the tongue. One that the sun coach and the mumma the lurch and the mungamoch and the mamadan in the tongue. The kaladi could go to the moon, but the soul of the gold of a piece at the tongue. When upon the punch of an the girl of a sabilasikatum. From the creepers of your eyebrows you shoot Cupid's arrows straight and true. When struck by your dancing sidelong glance, Shri Radha enters a blissful trance. O merciful Lord, with lotus petal eyes, you weaken the sinful, strengthen the wise. The Devas all bow down to you. When you kill the gossip, you blessed him too. Of those who worship, you're the best. Bright kumkum adorns your limbs and chest. Your love for the love-filled gopis fair is a flood of nectar beyond compare. When touched by your delicate lotus feet, the land of grudge feels joy complete. Compared with your playful, graceful gait, I rob it as walk is second rate. Purnamo Nivisham Shatalam Navani Pakadam Badavanadolam Badabalam Vitakalakandalam Jonathan the Papa Kamunata the Sharp and the Kadava Kamonos Tadalam If you victim the child with the Kudaka with the Kunda with the Damajari Balam. When threats to your devotees suddenly appear, your powerful shoulders crush the fear. As you walk the path among the forest trees, with your friends you enjoy many ecstasies. You wander among the kadamba blooms, like a honeybee drunk on the heady perfumes. The coos of the cuckoos never can defeat the mellifluous sound of your voice so sweet. For the weeds of the demons grown so rash, you're the forest fire where they burn to ash. For every cow and cowherd boy, you're the guardian friend and fount of joy. From flower petal lips where the rubies glow, your gentle smiles and laughter flow. The demoniac monsters proud of their might, you crush with ease when the fools dare fight. Chudidatta Vibhushan, the Vijitita Pushan, the Madhidushan, the Nayananta Katim, Yamanata the Talpa the Pushman Malti, Madajalpa the Dayatata the team. Vande Mahivanda the Nandamamanda the Kulamanta the Kalakan Samaki, Fani Hadamo, the Mahada the Soda, the Hadamo, the Namanda the team. Your gem-studded earrings conquer the sun. Your noble deeds are never outdone. The bees' quick dances fully minimized by the glances cast from the corners of your eyes. On the Yamuna shore you recline on a bed of forest flowers finely spread. Shri Radha's wordplay, clever and bold, he likes you more than can ever be told. I bow to you who yourself bowed down to, Nanda the king of the cowherds town. In an eminent family you took your birth. You killed King Kamsa, scourge of the earth. Oh Lord, please let me always please those dear to you, your pure devotees. Oh Krishna, the one boon I entreat, eternal love for your Lord is free. And finally, no, we have a couple of two more. Verse from Mukunda Muktavali 27. Tikadikadam the Charitikundam, Bhadavadita the Vadashitikundam, Vadrati the Munda the Kundam, Pudabadava the Sapadi Mukundam. His hair is adorned with a peacock plume, his forehead conquers the best half moon, his jasmine bud like teeth glow white. May Krishna fill your heart with light. And finally, this from the Dagda Madhava, how Brahma responds to hearing Krishna's flute sound. Astambe Shatapatakayan Navabayan Navakakalin Kalayan Shatatata Dabitata Mukto Malada Pishte Muhor Lutati. Lord Brahma is the greatest soul, supremely self-controlled, an ocean of composure, he's a wonder to behold. But when he hears Govinda's flute produces maddening sound, he loses it, and on his swan he starts to roll around. Go Pramanandi, Hari Hari. So that concludes our little presentation here. Can you hear me?
Haribol devotees. Yes, Haribol, Haribol.
Thank you so much for letting me share that on this glorious day. As I said in one of my emails, it's the high point of my year, so I'm glad that we got all the timing straight. Although you still have me a little, I think a half hour early anyway, but it worked out. It's almost 7 o'clock here, 7 a.m.
7 a.m. Okay. Thank you, Dvija Prabhu. Dvija was remembering the time when he was here physically in Vrindavan. It was quite many years ago, and we went to Lalitagram, Unchagaon, with him and all the students. We had an outing in Lalitagram, and there we sang the Lalita-ashtakam and many others. But that was very wonderful that day.
Prashanta, I don't know if you have, I have a couple of photographs from there. I'm going to send you for your own relish. Remember, yeah. Haribo, all devotees, thank you for listening. I hope I enlivened you a little bit. I certainly was very happy to be able to do this year. And we look forward to
Hare Krishna,
again next year.
Thank you very much. Hari Hari Bol. So how are we doing? So if you want some more, do you? Yes? Okay. Okay, let us go to the sweet corner. We'll sing a composition, part of a composition, which is called Ananda Chandrika. And this is made up of 4 verses. And the first 2 verses are actually made up of names of Sri Radha. It's very beautiful. Do we have it on the screen or? Ananda Chandrika. Here it comes. Radha Damodara Prashta Radhika Varshabhanavi Samasta Vallavi Vrinda Dhammilottam Samalika Krishna Priyavali Mukhya Gandharva Lalita Sakhi Vishaka Sakya Sukhini Haririt Bringa Manjari Idam Vrindavaneshwarya Dashanama Manorama Ananda Chandrikam Nama Yohara Samstutim Pathet Saklesharahito Bhutva Bhuriso Bhagya Bhushita Tvaritam Karuna Patram Radha Madhavayur Bhave. So this is very, very sweet. First, we have an enumeration of the names of Radha. Radha, Damodara Prashtha, she who is dear to Lord Damodar. Damodara Prashtha, she is dear to Lord Damodar. And Radhika, Radhika means the greatest worshipper of Krishna. Varshabhanavi, the daughter of King Vrishabhanu. Then there is Samasta Vallavi Vrinda Dhammilottam Samalika. That's a long name, isn't it? Mm-hmm. She who is the crowning garland of Malika flowers on the decorated braided hair of the gopis. So the beautiful gopis, they have decorated braided hair. And on the very top, they put a crown of Malika flowers. So when you see all the gopis, the most beautiful part of their hair on top, that is Radha. It's their name. Then Krishna Priyavali Mukhya. That means she is the first of Krishna's beloved. Gandharva. She's an expert singer and musician. Lalita Sakhi. She is Lalita's friend. And 9, Vishaka Sakya Sukhini. She who is delighted with the friendship of Vishaka. And then Haririt Bringa Manjari, this is the 10th name, the flower blossom that attracts the black bee of Lord Hari's heart. Then Srila Rupa Goswami says, he who reads this confidential prayer, which bears the title Ananda Chandrika, the moonlight of bliss, and which is beautiful with 10 names of the Queen of Vrindavan, becomes free from all troubles and decorated with great good fortune. he quickly becomes the object of Sri Radha Madhav's mercy. Okay. So I'll sing it one more time, the first two verses, which are the names of Radha. Yes? Radha Damodara Prishta Radhika Varshapanavi Samasta Vallavi Vrinda Dhammilottam Samardika Krishna Priyavali Mukhya Gandharva Lalita Sakhi Vishakha Sakya Sukhini Hari Vringamanjari. Srimati Radharani ki. Okay, let us read something here. Have you heard of the Chataka bird? You have heard of the Chataka bird? This is a bird, Prabhupada says, that drinks only rainwater. Wow. It's a bird that drinks only rainwater. Problem is in May, June, there is no rain. So when there is no rain, the Chakata bird actually almost dies because he cannot drink the water that has touched the floor. He doesn't drink river water. He doesn't drink anything but rainwater. And that too, before it reaches the ground. Means, in other words, he catches the water drops in the air. He flies with his beak open in the rain, and he drinks and drinks and drinks and drinks for the whole year. So this is again an analogy. This is an analogy of the devotee. So what happens is that the bird in the dry season becomes hopeless, helpless, almost dies. And then suddenly the clouds gather in the sky. So he finds great enthusiasm, hope, finds great hope. And he starts flying towards the clouds. But the clouds shower two things. One is water, and the other is lightning, the thunderbolt, the lightning. So sometimes when the bird is flying in great hope, he gets the sweet water of the cloud and he feels so much enlivened. And at other times he flies high and he's hit by a thunderbolt. So he knows that this path is very dangerous in one side, and he is flying. But the point of the bird is that whether he gets the water sweet or the thunderbolt bitter, he will never, ever stop going for the cloud. So guess who is that? That is the pure devotee of the Lord. The pure devotee of the Lord is always endeavoring to achieve the Lord. And sometimes the Lord gives him a sweet reciprocation, and sometimes thunderbolt. Sometimes so many things happen to the devotees, but the devotee, nevertheless, even if Krishna does not reciprocate, even if Krishna seems in one sense not to reciprocate, even if Krishna punishes him, even if Krishna puts him in a distressful situation, he will never, ever give up his Lord. So this is the idea of the Chataka bird. Anuman, or analogy, is a very, very powerful, it's called Upman. It's part of Hanuman, as we say, not Hanuman, the glorious monkey. Hanuman, the what do you say? What do you call that? Inference. Yes, it's inference. It's a way of understanding something we cannot understand. So we describe it by the means of describing another thing which is known and understandable. And so by doing so, we get a sense, we get a glimpse, we get an understanding of the concepts which are too far away from us. So here, let us go and hear this. It's very beautifully composed. Virachayamayitandan dina bandho dayamba gatihira nabhavakta kachiranya mamasti nipatatu shatakotir nirmalamba navambhas talapikila payodastu yate chatakena. O Lord of the poor, do whatever you like with me. Give me either mercy or punishment. But in this world, I have none to look to except your lordship. The Chataka bird always prays for the cloud, regardless of whether it showers, rains, or throws a thunderbolt. Hari Hari. Now, a lamentation. So these verses, must understand, are verses which are produced. We have called, oops, the sound is going funny. We have called this session, what's the name of this session? Outpourings of Devotion. Maybe it's okay. Let's do the back. Haribol, Haribol. Hare Krishna. Outpourings of devotion. So why we called it outpourings of devotion? Outpouring is something descending. It's an outpouring of devotion, meaning that these verses are expressions of bhava in the heart of Srila Rupa Goswami. The great, great devotees, they have sentiments for the Lord. Our feelings most of the time are related to the people around us. We interact in different ways, which causes trouble or sometimes happiness, sometimes trouble. But our emotions are mostly connected to the people around us, to the family, to the neighbors, to the people we meet, to the people we stay with. But the Bhava Bhakta has established his connection with the Lord. And so the emotions of the Bhava Bhakta are very much there, but they are not in relation to material objects or persons. They are in relations to Krishna. And this Bhava actually means ecstasy, sentiments which create ecstasy. Contact with Krishna causes bliss, and a tremendous amount of bliss. It is an anandam buddhivardhanam. It is like an ocean which is ever increasing, very deep bliss, so intense that it paralyzes the body and creates so many different symptoms of tears and trembling and hair standing on end and being stunned, sometimes fainting, rolling on the ground, foam coming out of the mouth. We see Lord Chaitanya in the Ratha Yatra, what was happening to him. So there is ecstasy in the heart of the pure devotee. And he expresses that ecstasy by sound, through the medium of sound, by composing these beautiful, beautiful verses. So when we hear these verses, it is described in the Nectar of Devotion that when a pure devotee speaks about their own feelings, we have a chance at that time to catch that feeling. We don't have that feeling for Krishna, but we can catch this devotion which is in the heart of the pure devotee, and it can enter our heart and it can act like a spark. And we can feel the devotion, or we can feel the lamentation. Now we are going to read one here, which is about a lamentation. And many times we do lament, or we lament because we didn't get enough prasadam. But on the best of days, we lament because we have not achieved Krishna. Because we are not making it on the path of bhakti. So here we have a prayer, a very beautiful. Prachinanam bhajanam atulam dushkaram srinvatho me Neryasena jvalati hridayam bhakti leshalasya Vishwadrishim bhagahara tava karnya karunya vichim Ashabindhu kshitamidam upetantare hanta shaitam. So what happens in the heart of the great devotee is there is great hope and there is great despair, both at the same time. So here he is saying, I am very weak and lazy to do even the smallest devotional service. Sometimes it happens to us, no? We feel little. I am very weak and lazy to do the smallest devotional service. And so when I hear of the peerless and difficult to perform services performed by the great devotees in ancient times, like they sat, they chanted lakhs and lakhs and lakhs of rounds, and they worshipped, and they did some austerities, and they did so many things to achieve Krishna. And here I am, the lazy one. So when I see myself and my capacity, and then I hear of what it took to those devotees to achieve the Lord, my heart burns with despair. Because I will never be able to achieve the Lord. Look what it took to Dhruva. Look at what it took to Prahlad. When will the Lord ever hear my absent prayer? But then, oh Lord, oh killer of Aghasura, when I hear that your waves of mercy splash everyone, from the demigod Brahma down to the most insignificant creature, then my heart becomes sprinkled with a cooling drop of hope. Do we understand what this means? And this we should capture, because when we look at ourselves, we can feel so desperate. And it is proper also. But we should not just look at ourselves and become more and more despaired. This will not help in anything. What we have to do is look at Krishna. And who is he? Pranata Karuna. He is the most merciful person. And he is especially merciful to those who struggle. He is merciful to the great, and he is merciful to the small. Like a mother who is most attentive to the smallest child who is struggling and can't do anything, whose situation is actually quite hopeless, helpless. So this is the bhav here of Rupa Goswami. There is despair when I look at my performance. And there is Ashabandha. You ever heard of Ashabandha? This is in the Nectar of Devotion. This is one of the symptoms of Bhava Bhakti. Ashabandha. Prabhupada translates hope against hope. There is no hope. When I look at myself, there is no hope. But when I look at the Lord and I hear about his unfathomable mercy, then again I regain hope. So this is the mood of the Bhava Bhakta. He is like tossed between hopelessness and great hope. Wow. There is another one, I don't know whether I brought it, but I will sing it because it's in the same line here, if I can remember it. Na prema, you understand what is na prema? This is also from Nectar of Devotion. Na prema means I don't have love for you. Shravan, adi, bhaktir, api, va means no. So I have no love for you, meaning I haven't attained the sadhya. I'm not in the perfected stage. So what should I do? I should do sadhana bhakti, shravanad, kirtanad, but that also not happening. My sadhana, my endeavors, not to the mark. So na prema, shravan, adi bhakti, na. Even Vedi bhakti, which is supposed to take us to, or sadhana bhakti, which is supposed to take us to prema, that is not my forte. So na prema, shravan, adi bhakti va, yogo tava vaishnavo. It's even some of the great Vaishnavas, they practice yoga. Means they control their senses, they fix their mind in meditation. No way for me. And jnanam, also through jnana yoga we can attain at least some form or some aspect of the Lord, like in one little pea here. No possible jnana. No knowledge, my knowledge, I cannot. My buddhi is not developed, I cannot do that. I cannot do jnana yoga. So then at least I should be doing karma yoga. But guess what? I am not a pious person. I am not inclined to do good to others. How do I know that? Actually, I am a sinner. How do I know this? I was born in a downtrodden situation. And so again, this is despair, great despair, because I don't see what is the hope for me. You know, I'm not liberated, I'm not on the way to liberation, I'm not a yogi, I'm not a jnani, I'm not a good karmi, I am only a sinner. There is no hope. But then again, the verse turns around, but I have heard that you are especially merciful to the struggler. It is this verse here. Very beautiful. Na prema shravanadi bhakti rapiva yoga tava vaishnavo jnanam va shubha karma va kiyadaho sajjatirapyastiva hinarathadika sadhake tvayi tatha Pyachedya mula sati he gopi janavallabha yatayate ha ha madhashayvama he gopi janavallabha yatayate ha ha madhashayvama. This is a very, very beautiful expression. Hey Gopi Janavallabha, O Lord of the Gopis, ha ha, mad asha iva. I have hope. Why? Kyunki hinartha adhikasada, hina artha adhikasada, those who are most fallen. And the word is translated as the strugglers. You know, those who try but can't. They say chant, 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 and they say can't. You know, so you are most merciful. Okay, we're back. Most merciful to the fallen souls. Was that nice? Yeah, it is very, very nice. Okay. So what we are going to do now quickly, we are going to turn to something chitram. That is, what means chitram in Sanskrit? Oh, picture. Ah, that's what you think. Okay. So chitra is a picture. But chitra has another meaning. Can you please get it on the screen, Sacinandana Prabhu? Chitra has a different meaning. It means wonderful, surprising. When Lord Vyasadeva was running after his son in the forest, he came to the bank of a river. His son was passing by. Some ladies were bathing in the water. They saw Shukadeva. They kept bathing. And then Vyasadeva came behind. As soon as they saw him, they hid himself. Vyasadeva said, Chitram. That's, how come? Surprise. So, Chitrakavitvani. Now let me explain that this is an art in Sanskrit poetry. Kavitva, Chitrakavitva. It is an art to test the expertise of the poet. Compositions which are extraordinary, out of the regular. Already yesterday we explained that Sanskrit composition is quite complex. Now imagine you can make it even more complex. By doing what? One thing you can do is, like we saw a verse that Dvija Prabhu was singing, each and every word was starting with ma. Now, where do you find so many words starting with ma? So you can restrict the number of letters that you will use. That's one way to make it even more complex. So that's one part of the Chitrakavitvani. We are going to hear at least 4 verses which are using only 2 consonants. Okay? The first verse describes rasa. How many consonants in rasa? 2. Ra and sa. Therefore the rasa, no, don't go further, please, I didn't say. Go back where you are in the beginning. Go back to the beginning in the slides, please. So ra, sa. Therefore we're going to have a verse describing rasa using only ra and sa. You can use a, I, u, u, e, ri, I, o, ow, aha, that's all. And ra and sa. Okay? So this is an art. So this is the first part. And then the second part of the Chitrakavitvani refers to picture, the picture verses. That somehow or other you write a verse which is going to fit in a picture and which you are going to read through the medium of a picture. So this is very amazing. So let us look at this Chitrakavitvani. Shouldn't there be a Sanskrit verse before this here? Sacinandana Prabhu, there is a Sanskrit verse? Ah, yes. So this is kind of Mangalacharan. We are praying to Rupa Goswami because it's not going to be easy. Dushkarani kavitvani yah karoti mahabalaha Shri Rupa karibhuto Shri Rupa kavibhupo me sadeyad buddhi sampadam. The English. May Shri Rupa, the mighty king of poets, who composes poetical verses that are extremely difficult to compose, grant me the wealth of intelligence needed to understand them. Because naturally when you compose these verses, the poet will have to have so much vocabulary. And similarly, those who will read it, they have to scratch their head. What's the meaning of this word? And in Sanskrit, the words like the word go, for example, has about 10 meanings. So which one is it? Okay, let's go to the next slide. What is Chitra Kavitvani? Now, Kavitvani means poetic verses. Chitra means wonderful or picture. So in this Chitra Kavitvani, there are 12 wonderful verses. And also the translation that has been given here follows Sri Baladev Vidyabhushan's Sanskrit commentary. So there is a commentary by Baladev Vidyabhushan. Sometimes we are not aware Baladev Vidyabhushan is known for philosophy, but he also appreciated Kavitva. And so he wrote a commentary on this. Next. Now we start. Are you ready? 2 consonant verses. Consonants Ra and Sa. Okay. Please go to the next slide. Here we go. Rasasara susaroro rasurari sasara saha sansara sirasaura se suriram susasara saha. Rasa means nectar. Asara means shower. Susara, very strong. Uruhu, the thighs. Asura, of the demons. Ari, the enemy. Sasara, went. Saha, that. Sansara, for the cycle of repeated birth and death. Asi, a sword. Asau, he. Rase, into the rasa dance. Suriram suh, desiring transcendental conjugal pleasure. Sasara saha, with a lotus flower. Filled with transcendental amorous desire, the son of Nanda who showers forth nectar, whose thighs are strong, who is the enemy of the demons, and who is the sword that cuts down the cycle of repeated birth and death, entered the rasa dance holding a lotus flower. Let us go to the next verse. This is the, we had the picture here. You deprived us of the picture. Yeah, this is Krishna entering the rasa dance with, she is entering with a lotus. Okay, let's look at the second verse. The second verse is about consonants cha and ra. Cha and ra. Where do we find these 2 consonants related to Krishna? Chora, the thief. So this is about the thief. Let us look. They are also, in English, you call it tongue twisters, you know? She sells seashores on the seashore. Next. Okay, here we go. Charchoruro chiruchora ruchiroram charachare chauracharo chirachiram ruchacharu rachuchurat. Imagine the composition. So charcha with ointment, uru, great, rochihi, beauty. So now it's not just a word, each word has a meaning. Which gives a beautiful picture. Ucha, broad. Ura, chest. Ruchira, handsome. Aram, very. Chara, achare, in the world of moving and non-moving beings. Chaura, of theft. Achara, activities. Achirat, quickly. Chiram, the garments. Rucha, because of splendor. Charu, attractive. Achuchurat, stole. Acting like a thief. The broad-chested son of Nanda, the most handsome person in the world, quickly stole the gopis' garments. He was attractive because of his splendor, and his beauty was enhanced by the sandal paste adorning him. Show us the picture. So this is this verse is describing this scene here, Krishna stealing the garments of the young gopis. Next one is about Govardhan Hill. Dhara. Govardhana, Govardhan, Dhari. So Dhara. Only these two. Next. Dhare dhara dhara dharam dhara dhara dhurarudhi dhira dhira radha dhirodham dhadha dhuram dharam. This one is very interesting because there are many words. Dhare means it's a locative at the hill. Now, dhara, dhara. So what is dhara, dhara? Dhara means the earth. And dhara means the holder. So, dhara, dhara. The earth is called dhara because it supports all the living entities. Okay? And the hills and mountains are called dhara, dhara because they support the earth. How do they support the earth? Actually, in the universal form, the mountains and hills, they are described as the bones. They are the bones of the universal form. So the mountains and the hills, they are said to support the earth. They hold on all the minerals and everything. Everything is held in the mountains. So, therefore, dhara, dhara. And then there is dharam, the holder, dhara, dhara, of the clouds. So now another word, dhara. Dhara means the rain. So dhara, dhara, this is the holder of the rain. That's the clouds. Dhur, the burden. Arudhi, blocking. Dhira, steady. Dhi, the mind. Araradha, worshipped. Adhi, distress. Rodham, removing. Radha, Radha. Dhuram dharam, the supreme Lord. So the translation comes, beneath Govardhan Hill, which was blocking the forceful attack of the devastating clouds, steady-minded Radha worshipped the Supreme Lord, who held up the hill and removed the anguish of his devotees. So many things are said with just two consonants. There is a commentary of Baladev Vidyabhushan on this, who is explaining something more. I was talking about it during the outing the other day, that this verse declares the supremacy of Govardhan and how Govardhan became Giriraj, the king of the mountains. Because the mountains somehow, by destiny, the mountains and Lord Indra are enemies. And Lord Indra, when he throws the thunderbolt at the mountains, it hurts the mountains, it breaks the stone. It's so powerful. It breaks the stone, it splits the mountains. And Prabhupada has told us one of these extraordinary things, that there are flying mountains. Did you hear that? There are flying mountains and they have wings. And then there are, this is the Chala, the Chala mountains, and there is the Achal mountains. They can't move, like they stay on the ground. And the reason why they can't move is because Indra has cut their wings. So there is this battle between the mountains and Indra. And usually in the battle, the mountains are defeated because they cannot suppress the thunderbolt. They cannot bear the hitting of the thunderbolt. But in this case here, we see Govardhan Hill stood, and by the mercy of the touch of Krishna, Govardhan Hill did not move an inch when the thunderbolt was coming from Indra. On the contrary, the thunderbolt was dying on the hill. So in that pastime, Govardhan won the battle and took revenge on behalf of all the hills and became known as Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai. This is the commentary of Baladevi Jabhushan. Next, let us go. Now it's coming more and more. This is Haribol Giridhari Ki. Now we are going to another verse because this was easy job. So we go to the next. What does it say? One consonant verse. Now, Rupa Goswami is not the only one who has done this. This is, as I said, this is a kavitva, this is a specialty. In the Ramanuja Sampradaya, this is very common. There are lots of compositions of that kind. So, should we look at it? Hari Hari Bol. Sorry. Ninunna nanam nunam nanunonna nanoni nani nanam ninunninam nananu. So this comes in the sequence. So 3 verses, we glorified Krishna. This was glorifications of Krishna. And so somebody objected. Why are you worshipping this Krishna so much? Why? In Sanskrit, this word nanu, it comes when somebody has made an objection. So now there is the rebuttal. We are answering. Why are you worshipping Krishna? Did not the many-headed Brahma, who impels the various demigods, offer prayers with tears streaming down from his face, trying to pacify Lord Krishna, the killer of Shakatasura? Now, if Lord Brahma, who is the head of the universe, is begging Lord Krishna, so certainly he is worshipable. So this is our answer. So these were the 4 verses here, which are using very less consonant. Should we hear this one more time? You can try. Ninunna no nanam nunam nanunonna nanoni nani nanam ninunninam nanano. You can sing it before sleeping. Now we are going to go to the picture verses. Next. Okay, this is Lord Brahma here, worshipping Krishna. Hari Hari. Chakrabandha, the wheel formation. So you see the wheel here, and you see the verse is fitting in the design. Let's go next one. Okay. Okay, this is the verse. So we're gonna sing the verse. It's a long verse, very beautiful verse. I'll sing it, and then we will go to the picture, and we'll see how this verse actually forms a picture. Gandha Krishna Gurun Madalini Vane Hara Prabhati Prutam Sampushnantam Upaskrita Dvaniyami Vichi Shiyoranjakam Sadyastungita Vibramam Sunibrite Shitanilai Saukyade Devam Nagabhujam Sadara Samayam Tam Naomi Kanchin Mude. Let's go to the next. Okay. So this is how it forms a picture. So what has happened here, there is one syllable in the middle. This syllable has been used 3 times in a specific place, so that the verses actually meet in that syllable. And then you see, so there are 3 lines which form the spokes of the wheel, and they have 1 syllable in common, meaning that in the 3 lines, this ni has to come at the same place. Okay? When you write the line, there's a ni. It has to be at the same place every time so that you can do the cross. Then there is the wheel at the top, and this is one line. The last line is all around, which means that each syllable, which is the beginning of each first 3 lines, is used in the construction of the 4th line in a specific place, so that the design can be formed. And you see, it's like after 4 syllables, samayatam. So after 4 syllables, then this again a letter will come, which is used twice. It's used as the first line, the first letter, or the first syllable of one of the 3 lines. Haribol. Okay, let me see, because this is in Sanskrit. Do we have it in Roman? I won't be so good at reading this one. Do we have it in Roman? Bhajanananda? No, it doesn't come in Roman, but I have it. I have it here, no problem. Okay, you go back. Okay, it's here. All right. Just go back to the beginning. No, like that. Too fast. Okay, so we start from the beginning. What was the beginning? The beginning was, Ganda Krishna. So this Ganda Krishna, it starts from the bottom left. The bottom left, okay? So let's start. You go a little faster. Ganda Krishna Gurun Madhalini Vane Hara Prabhati Plutam. Next. Sampu what? Sampusnantam upaskrita dhvani yami vichi sriyoranjakam. Okay, 2 lines. Now we go, 3rd line. Sadyastungita vibramam suni brite Shita nilai saukyade. Okay? 3 lines ho gaya? Yes? Now the 4th line. Where does it start? Okay. Can you start again? Ga? No. Oh, okay. Devam naga Bhujam sadarasam Devam nagabhujam sadarasamayam tam modikam chinmude. Okay, let's read it one more time. You can learn how to read. Ganda Krishna Gurun Madalini Vane Hara Prabhati Plutam Sampushnantamupaskrita dvanivyami vichishyoranjakam sadyastungita vibramam sunibrite shitanile sokyade devam nagabhujam sadara samayam tam nomi kamsimude. Hari Hari. That's when you say Chitram. But that's not all. There is something more in this. There is something more in this. There is the signature of Rupa Goswami. So let us see some further slides where he put his signature. So this is, first let's read the translation. In a secluded forest, which attracts swarms of maddened bees with its fragrance, which contains many decorated paths, and which gives pleasure with its cool breezes, I always glorify a certain Lord in order to attain spiritual bliss. That rasa-laden Lord, the maintainer of his devotees, is flooded with the splendor of many necklaces. His arms are like snakes. He immediately increases the agitation within the heart, and he tinges the luster of the Yamuna's waves with the luster of his nails, lips, yellow cloth, necklaces, bracelets, and crown. Hari Hari. Extra speciality. It becomes visible when the verse is drawn in the wheel formation. Yeah, when you read the verse as a regular verse, you won't find his signature. But when you put it in the wheel formation, you will find it. Next slide. This is it. Krishna Stuti Rasa. This is Rupa Virachita, Krishna Stuti Rasa. So this means Krishna Stuti Rasa, Rupa Virachita. Krishna Stuti Rasa, Rupa Virachita. This means that this verse has been compiled by Rupa. Okay. Nobody can steal it. But imagine how much it takes. Like yesterday I was explaining that sometimes Rupa would just get a download of a verse and he would just write it quickly because it just appeared. It was composed like this, and so some of the times he would sit for a week and, to compile this, find this. Okay, let's go to the next. Number two, next. Sarpa Bandha, the snake formation, next. No, the verse, please. Rase saranga sangha chitanavanalina praya vakshastadama barhalankara harasputahavana magara gachitre jayaya gopalo dasaviti lalita hitaravaspara asastiratma navyo jasvankshanopaashita vitata balo viksharangam babhase. Next. So we have a snake here. It's only one because there's only one head. But he's, he's all curled. So it starts at the head. I think every time you click, we should show the line. Can you click one time? Yes. Rase sananga sangha chitanavanalina prayava kshastadama. Then barhalankara hara spuradamalamahara gachitre jai. Wait. Barhalankara hara spuradamalamahara gachitre jayaya. Next. Gopalo dasaviti lalita lalita hitaravasparaha sastiratma. Next. Navyojasram kranopasrita vitata balo viksharangam babhase. No, wait. Go back. So here the complexity is when you come to the middle, you see here, ra, se, sa. First of all, this se here is used 2 times. Ra, se, saranga, sananga, chitra, nava, na. When you go to the na, then it goes to li. Na, li, and goes back to na. So the na is used 2 times. So this you have to plan when you construct the verse, that this is used 2 times. And in the middle, it's the same in the middle, in the next line, ma, la, ma, malama, malama. Then you go to the next one, the next corner, tavita, tavita. And then you go to the other one, is tahita. And then the last one, se, is used twice. So this is, as I said, it is chitram. The photo for this picture. Next. This is the picture. The charming Lord in the forests with the peacock. Next. To increase his glory, Lord Gopal, who was adorned with peacock feathers, ornaments, necklaces, and splendid spotless multicolored tilak, shone brilliantly when he saw the rasa dance arena. His chest was decorated with a fresh lotus garland, attracting many bees, and he was smiling broadly in response to the auspicious, pleasing sounds made by his devotees. Steady at heart and eternally young, he expanded himself into many forms during the dancing. Hari Hari Bol. Next verse. And this was the photo. This was about the rasa dance. This is, yeah. Next is Padmabandha, the lotus formation. Here comes the lotus. So, next. Okay, so this is how it reads. No, let us read it first. Kalavakya sada loka kalodara milavaka kavala bhutanuka kanuta bhirabalaka. Next. As we said, they are tongue twisters. They are not easy to sing. Now, what happens here? How do I read it? Okay, let's try to find out. It starts in the middle. Ka. Then you go up. Kalava, kalava. And then you go on the side. Kalava kya sada. Then you go back to the center. Loka. Kalola daramila. No. Kalava kya sada loka. Kavala Jadbhutanuka Kanuta Bhirava Ravala, something like that. Can you put the thing so we can read it properly? Yeah, like that. Okay, this is how it goes. Kalavakya Sadhaloka, and then it goes Kalodara Milavaka Kavala Jadbhutanuka Kanuta Bhiravalaka. So this is the small lotus. We'll see a bigger one later. This is the small lotus. And one trick is that if you, maybe you have not noticed, but one trick here is that in Sanskrit, ba and va are considered to be the same letter. So that helps. Like it says Valaka, which means Balaka. Let's go next. O Lord, who speaks sweetly, O Lord, seen by the saintly devotees, O supreme artist, O protector, O you who appear wonderful, carrying a morsel of food, O Lord, followed by Shiva, O Lord, prayed to by Brahma, O coward boy, please appear before me. Next, this is Gopal. Next. Oh, pratilomyanulomya samam, reading the same forwards and backwards. Okay, so you see here one line. You have to put the next line, I think. Okay, so we read it. Taisara dhara dhara tibhayata madariha hari damataya bhati radha radha rasayita. Taisara dhara dhara tibhayata madariha hari damayata bhati radha radha rasayita. So now what you have to notice here, it begins with ta. And you look at the second line, it ends with ta. Second is yi. Second from the end is yi. The third is sa. The third from the end is sa. Then ra. And then the fourth from the end is ra. So it's a mirror. You can read it this way or you can read it that way. And now you can see also the last line, the last word, the last syllable of the first line is ha. The first syllable of the second line is ha. The second to the end in the first line is ri. The second one of the second line is ri. Then da, then ma, then ta, then ta. So, ta isara dhara dhara tibhayata madariha. Now, you don't need the second line actually. The second line is already in the first line. You can read backward. Hari damataya bhati radha radha rasadnita. You can read backwards. Huh? And similarly, in the last one, Hari damayata bhati radha radha rasayita. The first line is included. Tai sara sadhara dharati bhaya tama da riha. So, backwards and forwards. Let's go to the next. Next. The presiding deity of the rasa dance with the gopis appears splendid, being adorned with a charming garland. His beauty is enhanced by his holding of Govardhan hill, which is increasing in size due to the greatest ecstasy it feels from his touch. That handsome deity, the killer of his arrogant enemies, relished a sweet rasa from Radha's worship. So this describes the scene under the hill. Krishna is holding the hill and the Govardhan is feeling ecstasy and therefore it is growing in size. But at the same time, Krishna is in ecstasy because Radha is looking at him. Next. Well, this is not exactly the picture. Next. Gomutrika bandha. Now, only those who live in the countryside understand this verse. Those who are in the city have a difficulty understanding what's a cow and what's a bull. So this is Gomutrika, Gomutra. We know Gomutra, drink it for good health. It's cow urine. Okay? And this is, you will see this when you are in the countryside, or here in Braj you can see. When on the road sometimes, you will see there is a trace of cow urine actually, which goes in a zigzag. It's a zigzag. So what it is actually, it is actually a bull that was walking and passing urine at the same time as he was walking. So with the movement of the body, somehow the urine came like this. It made a zigzag. So now let us see what this means here. Next. Yes. So you see there is a zigzag here, which means that you see there is one line in the drawing which is given. There is one line at the top, one line in the middle, and one line in the end. So what this means is that the letters which are in the middle, they are used by both the other lines. First we'll read it one time. Samallarange rameshta pullasara mudejita shramanira dharatushta ballavira sadevata. Now let us get the drawing, press the, yeah. So it's gonna come like this. And then the bottom also like that. Can you remove it? Yeah, okay. Just remove it so we can read. So now you understand how to read it. You go first top, middle, top, middle, top, middle. And at the bottom you go bottom, middle, like that. Samallarange rameshta pullasara mudedita shramanira dharatusta ballavira sadevata. Got it? Next. In the wrestling arena, that presiding deity of the rasa dance with the gopis became satisfied. He was desired by all the women there. His strength had blossomed. He was elated and he was perspiring due to fatigue. This is a description of Krishna in the wrestling arena in Mathura. Next. Wow, this is him here. Next. Murajabandha, the drum formation. So this is a little, let us see further. Shubhasara sasara sri pravasandra masalabha bharasa mahasavita tarasara sasavita. Let's go next. So this is, we will see the design now, how it goes. Yeah, but it's not so simple. So you can read it like this, or next. Okay, it shows here. These are, you can read it vertically, or you can read it like this. Okay, is there another choice? After that, what comes? Yeah, it shows here how you how you read it. So, somehow. Okay. This is how it is read. So it's read in two different ways. One is straight, and one, so you can understand how to compose this, how to cross the letters, and put the letters at specific places. Let's go next. Next. We'll go to the next one. Let's read the translation first of all. his bodily luster like that of a splendid sapphire, the presiding deity of the rasa dance with the gopis, the destroyer of the burden of the earth, from whom comes opulence, fitness, and a shower of auspiciousness, quickly and gloriously produced an abundance of rasa. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Beautiful. This is Radha and Krishna. Now, okay. You remember there was a one verse backwards, forward? That was nothing. Now we're going to get one that reads backwards, forwards, upwards, downwards. Let's go. It's called Sarvato Bhadra, good on every side. It's number 11. Actually, there are only 12 texts, so this is the one before last. So, Rasavaha Vasara Salala Sasalalasa Balarama Maralava Samada Damasa. Let us see. Yeah, so you put it in a frame like this, and you see it reads at the top, Rasavaha Vasara. It shows here. Now, the first line, it reads in all the four directions. At the top, Rasa Vaha Vasara, then you can go down. Rasa Vaha Vasara, then you go backwards. Rasa Vaha Vasara, then you go upwards. Rasa Vaha Vasara. Now, next with the second line. Salalasa, salalasa, and valarama maralava, hasamada dhamasaha, and it read the same in the and upwards also. Salalasa, salalasa, valarama maralava, and on the sides also. The second line, salalasa, salalasa, and the third line, valarama, maralava. So like this, it reads in all directions. You can see, no? Backwards, forwards, upwards, downwards, it reads everywhere. And the reason why it does that is because actually you don't even have to read all that, because if you look, the first line, Ra, Sa, Va, Ha. Now, you look at the next four, they are a mirror. Ha, 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 then Va, Va, Sa, Sa, Ra, Ra. So, they are, each line is, the first four syllables are mirrored in the next four. So, therefore, next slide, you see that cube here, we isolate, and we don't need all this. We need only the small cube. Let's go to the next. Yeah. So the whole verse is here. Can you read with me if you understood your trick? Forward, backwards. Rasa vaha vasara, salalasa salalasa, valarama maralava, hasamada damahasaha. Very good. Now, this was horizontal. Can we try vertical? Rasa vaha vasara, salalasa salalasa, valarama maralava, hasamada madasaha. Very good, very good, very good. Okay, let's go to next. Yeah, this is how they are read. Next. Auspicious on all sides. Next. That handsome deity, the initiator of the rasa dance, who gained strength from the coquettish gestures of women, sported wonderfully, filled with amorous desire and taking pleasure in his own strength. He wouldn't tolerate being subdued by anyone else. because he was intoxicated with the pride of youth, and his smiles and laughter defeated Cupid. Photo? Haribol. Now we get to the last verse. Oops, we have 10 minutes extra. Do we want it or not? This is Brihat Padma Bandha, the big lotus formation. Yes, next. Okay. They are getting longer and longer. Tara prasparatalam sarabhasarasalam bhasurasyam subhalam papagnam gopapalam karanahαρakalam niravritparanilam charugrivam ruchalam ratamadalataranam chetasapitachelam Shita praspita shilam varaya varabalam vasudevam subalam. Okay, this is about Vasudevam Subalam. Let's go and see the, yay, this is the lotus. So, Lam is repeated many times, as you can see. So we go back and forth here, and always we go back to Lam. Okay, take out this design here so that we can take care. Okay, where does it start? Where is it? Where is the start? Tara. Oh yeah, because it starts low. Tara. Prasparatalam. So it starts in the close to the whirl. Ta, ra. Then it goes to the petal at the back. Praspa. Then it goes back to the main petal. Ra, ta, lam. Tara prasparatalam sarabhasarasalam bhasurasyam subhalam papagnam gopapalam karal naharakalam nirad bhritvaranilam Charugrivam rucharam ratamadataranam chetasapita chenam shita praspita shilam varalaya valaram varaya varavalam Vasudevam Suvalam. Okay, let's see. Next. So it is showing how it is constructed. Next. Okay, well, did they do, can you press on it? It is showing, this work I want to give credit here. You see the ball is going and you can read at the same time. So this work, this whole animation has been produced by the Sanskrit school that existed for a few years in Govardhan, which was the BBT school to create Sanskrit translators headed by Gopi Paranadana Prabhu. And so some of the students, they created this. When they discovered this Chitra Kavitva, they were all like, you know, because they were learning Sanskrit, so they could understand fully, like, you know, how to write this. Okay, so let's go further. Just go fast here. We'll just go to the. We have past time. We have to stop now. Okay, I'll just read the translation. Let me read the translation as a conclusion. With all your heart, please accept that beautiful boy. You know, after seeing all this chitram, with all your heart, please accept that beautiful boy, the son of Vasudeva, who is the joyful giver of rasa. His loud rhythmic clapping is characterized by its clarity. His sweet songs steal the mind of the hearer. His face is radiant like the moon. His neck and forehead are extremely charming, and he is trembling due to the intoxication of conjugal bliss. Dark like a host of monsoon clouds, and wearing yellow garments, he beautifies those around him with his effulgence. His cooling virtues remove the suffering of material existence. Possessed of great strength, he is the destroyer of sins and the protector of the cowherd man. Hari Hari Bol! So thank you very much to the survivors of our third day of Rupotsava. Thank you to those who stayed, and if you stayed, I mean you have been attracted by the Kavitva, and thank you so much. We also have some devotees online, I suppose, who are with us. We don't know how many. There are not so many left right now. There were quite many in the beginning. And we also have those who are on YouTube, which we don't know how many there are. So thank you so much. Did we like it?
Hari Hari!
This is very special. It's very special. We rarely hear these things. But we should not think that this is not right to hear these things. Usually I mention that in the Srimad Bhagavatam itself, right in the first canto, Srila Prabhupada has integrated the translation of one of the poetries of Srila Rupa Goswami. He has given the full translation. So Srila Prabhupada himself was fully aware of these scriptures and was relishing those scriptures. It's a very beautiful, it's the one that is called Deva Bhavantam Vande, Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande, the prayer to Krishna. Okay, so we stop here, yes?
Hare Krishna. With just one announcement. Actually, as you people knows, today is 25th anniversary of this festival, and we are having one more festival here. So here we have Prashanta Mataji. So she also joined VIHE just 25 years back. She told us not to announce it, but it is this thing. So we should pay really our gratefulness to Mataji. And she actually... Hare Krishna.
You get beaten.
Yeah. So you people please pray for Mataji so that she keep giving her wonderful and empowering association so that we keep growing ourselves in devotional service. So we'll loudly chant for Mataji's everything for well-being so that we for many more years we'll able to have her wonderful and divine association by chanting loudly Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Her Grace Prashanta Mataji ki jai, VIHE ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande.
Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Well, I had no idea when I joined the VIHE of what was going to happen to me. I remember in 1999 or something, that was my first year in the VIHE, and I had just been uprooted from another place, another service, and I landed here, and I was studying Bhakti Shastri, and at the same time I was teaching also. I was teaching Ishopanishad, and I was learning the other 3 books. I was a teacher, 25 years of my being a teacher in the VIHE. And so I went to an astrologer, which very rarely I would have done that, but I was a little bit in a dilemma regarding my next service and what I was going to do. So I went to Delhi and meet somebody that devotees had recommended. And that time I asked her, so what about my service? And the astrologer said, whatever you are doing now, you will do for the rest of your life. And I could not understand, because I had just arrived in Vrindavan, and I had just done my Bhakti Shastri. I didn't understand what he meant, you know. But then many years later, I realized that somehow I came here and I never left. Somehow, Radharani's mercy and Srila Prabhupada's mercy and the devotees of the VIHE, my predecessors and well-wishers, Braj Bihari Prabhu, who was the director of the VIHE at that time, and who somehow handed over this beautiful project. And I can only apologize for not being good enough. Someone more qualified could have done much more and could do much more. But somehow I didn't leave. I think that's my only qualification, is I didn't go. I just stayed here, and gradually, so many things happened. So thank you very much to all of you. And today is not the last day. We have one more day tomorrow. And if you think that the last 3 days were a little transcendental, you were mistaken. Tomorrow is the most transcendental day, in a very transcendental place, the hub of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas Society, Teakadamba. We will be leaving in the morning, what time? 9 o'clock, not 9:30, no. So 9 o'clock we will be leaving. There is a bus, there are vehicles, and of course there is an advance party leaving at 6:30 in the morning, no later than 7. 7 is also okay, but no later than 7. The advance party is leaving. I think those who are on the advance party are aware. Are we aware? Some of us are here, I suppose. If not, they are aware. So we are leaving early morning. The advance party is going to prepare in Teakadamba, and then the bus will be leaving around 9 o'clock. And over there we have a program of worship of Srila Rupa Goswami. This is the place where he wrote the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Upadeshamrita. This is it is his main place of bhajan. Although he was wandering, and he performed his bhajan in different places, in Radhakund, in Govardhan, here in Vrindavan, in Sevakunj, in Gokul. We find trace of him in Bhadravan. So he was in different places, but Teakadamba is the main place where he was based. And his brother was living nearby in Pavan Sarovar, on the banks of Pavan Sarovar. So we will be going there. We'll be doing Guru Puja for Rupa Goswami, offering him Guru Puja, worship. We will be offering him some bhogas. Some devotees are cooking, some devotees are sending from other places. If you wish to make an offering to Srila Rupa Goswami, you please get yourself together and cook something, whatever you can cook. And there will be Arti, and there will be Mahaprasadam, and then there will be Kirtan at 3 p.m. We will start an Akhanda Kirtan until the evening, which will also be conducted together with Julan for Krishna Balaram, the deities presiding over Teakadamba. And Pushpa Abhishek will be there also for Krishna Balaram. And Rupotsava also will be there. So you are warmly invited to join in this adventure going to Teakadamba tomorrow. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Rupa Goswami Pada ki jai, Hari Hari Bol.